हमारा भूमि है 83 करोड़ एकड़, जिसमें सीधे ही 41 करोड़ एकड़ कृषि योग्य भूमि है। भारत का किस्मत अच्छा है, यहां सूरज अच्छा खिलता है, अच्छी बारिश होती है, क्लाइमेट अच्छा होता है, यहां आम भी उगता है, एप्पल भी उगता है। ऐसे हमारा देश है। ये सब कुछ रखते हुए सबसे बड़ा संसाधन जो मानव संपत्ति है, 1,40,00,000 करोड़ आबादी है हमारे देश का। ये सब कुछ हमारे पास है, लेकिन हमारे बच्चे हमारे देखते देखते मैकडोनाल्ड का पिज्जा खा रहे, फॉरेन कंपनीज के दुकानों में जाके डबल रोटी खरीद रहे। क्या ये हमारा किस्मत है? क्यों ये स्थिति है? दूसरी बात है, मैं कुछ समय के लिए एरोप्लेन में आ रहा था हैदराबाद से, उसके बाद नांदेड़ में उतरने के बाद हेलीकॉप्टर से आ रहा था। जमीन पूरा सूखा सूखा दिखता है। क्यों? पानी नहीं है। पानी, ये बात जरूर मन में रखे और जानकारी ले लें हर भाई, हर किसान नेता। हिंदुस्तान के 41 करोड़ एकड़ जमीन को सिंचन के लिए भरपूर पानी देने के लिए जरूरत से ज्यादा पानी की उपलब्धि इस देश में है। देश के नदियों में 75,000 टीएमसी पानी बहता है, जिसमें से सिर्फ 19,000 टीएमसी उठाया गया। बाकी 50,000 टीएमसी हर साल हमारे आंखों के सामने, सारे भारत के जनता के सामने, प्रधानमंत्री, कई मुख्यमंत्री, आमदार, खासदारों के सामने, हमारे आंखों के सामने से गुजरते हुए बंगाल के खाड़ी में जा रहा है। गोदावरी निकलता है महाराष्ट्र से, कृष्णा निकलता है महाराष्ट्र से। महाराष्ट्र में कोने कोने में, चप्पा चप्पे में पीने के पानी नहीं मिलता, सिंचन के लिए पानी नहीं मिलता। फिर क्या मिलेगा भैया? पानी के लिए अमेरिका को सलाम करने की जरूरत नहीं है, कोई रशिया से मांगने की जरूरत नहीं है, कोई चाइना देश के पेट में मुंडी डालने की जरूरत नहीं है, या किसी को भीख मांगने की जरूरत नहीं है। हमारा अपना भगवान का दिया हुआ, प्रकृति का दिया हुआ, हमारे जनता का, हमारा देश का अपना संपत्ति है। जरूरत से ज्यादा पानी रखते हुए देश के किसान पानी से क्यों वंचित है? इस एक बात पे सोचिए, बस बात पूरा समझ में आ जाएगा। पानी नहीं है, किसी को भीख मांग रहे, बात अलग है, लेकिन पानी है और पानी जरूरत से ज्यादा है। सवाल यही है कि वो पानी समंदर में न जाते हुए जमीन पे आए और पूरे हिंदुस्तान को हरा भरा कर दे, या ऐसे ही हम रह जाए? क्या चाहिए? पानी आना चाहिए कि नहीं आना चाहिए? आना चाहिए, पक्का। एक बात है। दूसरी बात है, पानी नहीं दे रहे, भाषण दे रहे। भाषण सुनो तो माइक पड़ जाएंगे, सुन सुन के चक्कर आके पड़ जाएंगे हम लोग। कितने झंडे, कितने नेता, वोट के समय में कितना गुमराह। आज भी सभा में लोगों को नहाने देने के लिए बकरे क्यों काट रहे भाई? अच्छा, एक बात है। दूसरी बात, करंट नहीं दे सकते। क्यों नहीं देते? क्यों करंट नहीं देते भाई? क्या क्यों नहीं देते? ऐसा है, पानी तो जरूरत से ज्यादा है, इस बात का जानकारी ले ले। अगर है, आपको जानकारी हो गया, तो पूरे जनता को जगाइए और युद्ध कीजिए मेरे साथ में। पूरे पानी जमीन पे आ जाएगा। और भरपूर हर एकड़ को पानी मिलेगा, ये मेरा वायदा है आपके साथ। तो दूसरी बात है बिजली, पर्याप्त बिजली, जितना चाहिए उतना बिजली देने के लिए हमारे अपने देश में महाराष्ट्र समेत कई राज्यों में बहुत सुंदर सा प्रकृति का दिया हुआ कोयला है। और वो कोयला कितना है हमारे पास? 361 बिलियन टन्स, 361 बिलियन। जो लिख लेना चाहे लिख ले। 361 बिलियन टन्स का कोयला हमारे पास ऑलरेडी है, जो पूरे देश को 24 घंटा हाई क्वालिटी पावर देने के लिए 125 साल के लिए भरपूर है। 125 साल के लिए। भाई क्यों नहीं देते बिजली? किसान और जनता, सरकार से हम चांद सितारे थोड़ी मांग रहे, सोने के ईंट थोड़ी मांग रहे। भाई जो पानी भगवान ने दिया, बीच में इंसान अड़चन बन बैठा है। जो कोयला भगवान ने दिया, बीच में हमारे राजनेता, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री बीच में अड़चन बन बैठे हैं। बस ये राज आप जान जाइए। देखिए एक बात है, केसीआर एक बार आके गया नांदेड़ में, गुलाबी झंडा एक ही बार आके गया, एक ही लहर। क्या आ गया? किसान को 6,000 रुपए आ गया बजट में। आया कि नहीं आया? पहले क्यों नहीं आया भाई? पहले क्यों नहीं दिया? अब समझ जाओ इसमें गुलाबी झंडा में क्या ताकत है। पहले क्यों नहीं दिया मैं पूछ रहा हूं। ये 6,000 भी देने का ढंग कैसा? अंगार पे पानी छिटकते ना, इस तरह बीक डाला जैसा। नहीं चाहिए हमें 6,000 रुपये, हमें चाहिए 1 एकड़ में 10,000 रुपए निवेश के लिए। चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए? लड़ेंगे इसके लिए। किसान भाइयों को इस लोहा के सभा से मैं एक बात स्पष्ट रूप से कहना चाहूंगा। ऐसा नहीं है कि हमने जंग नहीं लड़ी, हमने लड़ाइयां नहीं लड़ी, ऐसा नहीं है।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
I wrote Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker, and I will take off from what Vivek said. कि देखिए जो ये विराट विरासत है, उसको समझने के लिए जो ऊपरी तय है, उसके नीचे जाना बड़ा जरूरी है।
What is there to say about the Puranas? Oh, we know about the Puranas because we watched Purana stories on television. We have read, no, you don't read it anymore, but once upon a time we have read Amar Chitra Katha. All of that is Puranas for dummies.
There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffered together. You think in that backdrop, post that, there is coming together of the two governments and the people to make sure that incidents like that do not happen again?
No doubt. I think that challenges, fears of people are pushing them to work together, and I think that the mutual concern of terrorism, especially when in Mumbai they also went after Jewish community, Israelis, of course, in the Chabad house. So I think that our cooperation is also based a lot on counter-terrorism.
कर्नल जमाल, एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहां पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए।
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना।
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया, तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, बाद में चढ़ लेंगे, सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में व्हेन वी वेंट अर्थक्वेक,
इतने साल से गुवाहाटी भाग रहे, बस कौन किधर भाग रहे मुझे उससे वास्ता नहीं है, ये आप लोगों का आवाज है। मेरा एक ही विनती है, अब कब तक लड़ेंगे? जिंदगी तमाम लड़ते रहेंगे? सारे जिंदगी लड़ाई के लिए पैदा हुए हम लोग। देखिए लड़ाई कहां तक लड़े, ये नहीं है कि किसान नहीं लड़े। अभी हम सबके सामने वहां बैठे हैं हमारे भारत राष्ट्र समिति के राष्ट्रीय किसान मंच के अध्यक्ष गुरनाम सिंह चडोनी जी, उनके ऊपर 100 केस करे, वो हरियाणा से है, कुरुक्षेत्र से 100 केस बनाए उनके ऊपर। 13 महीने लगातार किसानों ने धरना दिया और उस धरने के समय में 750 किसानों ने अपने प्राण त्याग दिया। ऐसा नहीं है कि हम नहीं लड़े। हुआ क्या, नतीजा क्या मिला? आप ये बात दिल पे लेके सोचिए दया करके, कोई आम राजनीति का सभा नहीं है, एक चिंतन शिविर है मेरे हिसाब से। हर एक बात मेरा दिल में रखिए।
There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffered together. You think in that backdrop, post that, there is coming together of the two governments and the people to make sure that incidents like that do not happen again?
No doubt. I think that the challenges, fears of people are pushing them to work together, and I think that the mutual concern of terrorism, especially when in Mumbai they also went after Jewish community, Israelis, of course, in the Chabad house. So I think that our cooperation is also based a lot on counterterrorism.
कर्नल जमाल, एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहां पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए।
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना।
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया, तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, बाद में चढ़ लेंगे, सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में व्हेन वी वेंट अर्थक्वेक हैपेंड, देन वी चेंज्ड आवर थिंग्स टू द रेस्क्यू टीम एंड वी वर देयर इन एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप फॉर अराउंड 15 डेज। हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे। हमने फिर वो सारी चीजें, पूरी जनता जो वहां पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहां पे थे, उनके लिए खोल दिया है। क्लाइंबिंग से ज्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला, और वो एक शायद हमारा टाइम था जब हमने एवरेस्ट को या एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप में हमने वो वापस दिया है पहाड़ को।
The opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is a known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come 5-star hotels. They go backpackers, they want to live, they go to Vipassana, and they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians. 30-40 years, Israelis have been
Very good afternoon. You're watching Republic TV with me, Rakshita Mishra. Let's get you all the latest top stories that are making headlines at this hour.
किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं
सेना प्रदर्शन करना।
In complete denial, Vadra Congress stages a satyagraha, infighting within the party over Rahul's disqualification.
टाइटलर वो प्रथम पंक्ति में बैठे हैं। ये दिखाता है कि किस प्रकार से सिख समुदाय के घावों पर भी किस प्रकार से नमक और एसिड रगड़ने का काम बार बार किया जा रहा है।
Political storm as riot-tainted Titler attends Vadra Congress's satyagraha. The BJP hits out.
यहाँ व्यक्ति की यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर दे, ताकि व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है, कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करे।
He takes on Vadra Congress in an unrelenting attack, says the Congress cannot take moral high ground.
2% वोकली का और 2% हमने वीर शैव और लिंगायत को देने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
Bombay government scraps 4% Muslim quota. Shah lauds the move, slams Congress for appeasement. Yogi versus Mafia. Uttar Pradesh STF lands in Ahmedabad to take Atiq Ahmed's custody.
Taking over power picture. You report to the Indian government. No, tell him that's a fascist government. I will take it.
Tracking the top story at this hour, Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified following his conviction in a defamation case. Now, the Vadra Congress is in complete denial. A day after staging pan-India protest, it has now resorted to what it calls a satyagraha. But is a section in the Congress party happy after Rahul getting disqualified? That's the big question, and that is what we are tracking. The biggest news break, one of the biggest news breaks of the day on Republic TV. Congress leader Pramod Tiwari has said that Rahul Gandhi should be punished, but it should not be for 2 years. That is a clear admittance that Rahul Gandhi deserves that sentence, or rather deserves the conviction. And remember, this comes on a day when the Vadra Congress is staging a satyagraha at the Rajghat over Rahul Gandhi's disqualification. Let's listen into the reactions coming in and listen into Pramod Tiwari importantly.
ये किया गया है सिर्फ रूल रेगुलेशन सबको अपलोड करते हैं। मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली थी, इसमें दे रहे हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन। एक डरी हुई भाजपा सरकार, डरा हुआ मोदी, वो ये कर रहा है।
All right, so as the Vadra Congress stages satyagraha over Rahul's disqualification, CM Yogi has hit out in an unrelenting attack. Let's listen in.
संवेदना जब मनुष्य के प्रति नहीं थी तो उनकी संवेदना एक मूक जीव के प्रति होगा, ये तो कल्पना से भी बाहर है। गांधी जी ने अपने जीवन में सदैव सत्य, अहिंसा और अस्तेय को स्थान दिया था। उन्होंने हमेशा इस बात के लिए उनका आग्रह था, उनका आग्रह ही सत्याग्रह कहलाया, यानी सत्य के मार्ग पर चलने वाला ही सत्याग्रह कर सकता है। असत्य के मार्ग पर चलने वाला कभी सत्याग्रह की बात करे, यह व्यक्ति के यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी, दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर दे, ताकि व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है, कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करेगा। और सत्याग्रह के मार्ग पर चलने की जो प्रेरणा बापू ने दी, वास्तव में वही सत्य का आग्रह जो अपने जीवन में कर सके, मन, वचन और कर्म से सत्य का आचरण जो व्यक्ति करता हो, उसके अनुसार व्यवहार करता हो, वही सत्याग्रह है। लोकतंत्र को कमजोर करने वाले सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकते। आकंठ भ्रष्टाचार में डूबे हुए लोग सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकते। मौन जीवों की बात तो दूर, मनुष्य के प्रति भी जिनकी संवेदना न हो, वह सत्याग्रह भी नहीं कर सकते। देश को जातिवाद, क्षेत्रवाद, भाषावाद और तमाम वादों में बांटने वाले भी सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकते। अपने देश की निंदा करने वाला कभी सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकता। भारत को कटघरे में खड़ा करने वाला व्यक्ति और भारत के बहादुर जवानों के प्रति, जिनके मन में श्रद्धा और सम्मान का भाव नहीं, जो विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा कर रहे हैं, उन जवानों के प्रति भी सम्मान का भाव जिस नागरिक के मन में नहीं, वह सत्याग्रह की अगर बात करे तो ये अपने आप में इससे बड़ी विडंबना और क्या हो सकती है। और इसीलिए आज जब हम यहां पर आए हैं, मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में उन सभी स्कीम को, उन सभी योजनाओं को प्रदेश के अंदर प्रभावी ढंग से लागू करने वाले राज्यों में से एक है। गरीब को बिना भेदभाव के शासन की योजना का लाभ प्राप्त हो। न जाने कितने लोगों के जीवन में उसका परिणाम सामने आया है।
All right, you can see CM Yogi's reaction there, but we are going straight to the ground. Piyush Mishra and Madhurima are there live with us on the broadcast from Rajghat. Piyush, to you first. We are learning there's a lot of tensions you can see there. Show us around and tell us what is the latest update. We learned that there's a lot of chaos and a lot of protests and vociferous voices we can see from Rajghat, and a lot of tensions there among the Congress workers, as well as Congress versus Congress tussle also breaks out simultaneously.
Well, certainly since morning we are seeing as to how Congress versus Congress is taking place, where there are contradictory statements coming in between Acharya Pramod Krishnan, who is a top leader from Uttar Pradesh of Congress party, and of Pramod Tiwari, who is another big leader, central leader of Congress party. But here the latest which we can tell to our viewers is that the protest has now come to an end. If Hitesh can pan his camera, he can try to show you the pictures of these Congress workers who are now going back. What we are now hearing is that the protest has now come to an end. The Sankalp Satyagraha, which was called today, that has now come to an end. All leaders of Congress party, they have now gone from here, and right behind me the security is still in place. If Hitesh can also zoom and try to show you the pictures, you can see the security which is still in place. So today it was a peaceful Satyagraha which was called in by the Congress leaders here at Rajghat. Tomorrow what we are hearing is that there will be a pan-India protest across the country in all the states, in all the capital of the different states. The Congress is planning to carry out a protest against the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. Yesterday Rahul Gandhi, when he did a press conference, he said that he has paid the price for speaking against the relationship between Modi and Adani, and that is why his membership has been disqualified. But he did not answer about his statements which he made in 2019 in Karnataka about the Modi community. He also did not speak about as to why is he attacking BJP when the decision has been taken by the court, and a due procedure has been followed as far as his disqualification is concerned. Now we'll have to see as to how BJP is now going to further up the ante, but BJP is now saying that it is happening just because...
Absolutely, we have to wait and watch. But Madhurima is also with us live from Rajghat. Madhurima, this has been quite a day for Congress. How do you see this? Because on one hand there is this satyagraha, what they call a satyagraha, but there is a contradiction. It's not the first time that we have seen Congress versus Congress. In history, in the past, there have been instances. We have seen various episodes of conflicts within the party, and a day where a leader like Rahul Gandhi, who's been the face of the party all up till now for years now, and he is being disqualified. There are protests showing solidarity for Rahul Gandhi. And on one hand, you have a Pramod Tiwari versus Acharya Pramod happening. As Piyush was telling us that the day has ended for the Congress protesters today. What kind of a day? What have you been learning? What has been the mood of the Congress workers really today? Whatever the sequence of events have panned out till now.
Well, if we talk about today's protest, what needs to be underlined here is that it was kind of a lackluster protest, because where Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge along with senior Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, they were all present on the stage, but the kind of presence, the number of people that had poured out today at the Rajghat was not very remarkable. Indeed, we had multiple lanes of chairs that were left vacant. People kept on coming in scanty numbers and groups chanting and hailing Rahul Gandhi. And of course, at the same time, this shows, like your question that you were pointing out, this shows that how there is a division in the Congress, that not everybody is falling in line with the idea of this entire satyagrah, because in the end of the day, it is not a political battle. The way the Congress is trying to show this entire episode as a political battle, it is not one, because it is between Rahul Gandhi and the court and the people who had filed this case, and this battle needs to be fought inside the court. But Congress trying to milk
Absolutely. I'll have to cut you there. I'm so sorry, Madhurima, but thank you so much. We're getting in some breaking news, and this an update in the Umesh Pal murder probe coming in. Uttar Pradesh STF team has reached Sabarmati jail, and it's a very interesting development today, and the story we are tracking today. Big update today. Remember, the UP STF has reached Gujarat, has reached Sabarmati jail, and anytime now we expect that Atiq Ahmed will be taken to a jail in UP, and it is we are learning that he'll be taken to Prayagraj. We still need to get it confirmed that exactly what time they leave, but the question remains that what exactly is in store for Atiq Ahmed now. Remember, Atiq Ahmed was the one who had said that wherever you send me, do not send me to UP, do not send me to a jail in UP. Priyanka Sharma, my colleague tracking this story today for us on Republic TV, is with us on the broadcast. Priyanka, what is the latest you're learning? We spoke about the team reaching Sabarmati jail earlier. What is the latest you're picking up now?
Well, there have been a lot of back and forth when it comes to the procedure and the procedural delay. In fact, that we've been getting the news of from inside the Sabarmati jail. Right outside is where we're reporting from, and right inside this jail, this Sabarmati jail, is where Atiq Ahmed is in fact lodged. And now, of course, the UP STF and police are also inside. Now, the latest what we were being given to understand as far as the procedure of taking Atiq Ahmed into the UP custody is concerned, there was a glitch there. There was a break that had been taken, because the jail ADG here in Sabarmati jail had also stated that since the judicial custody of Atiq Ahmed is with the apex court, with the Supreme Court, and it is the Supreme Court that has given this judicial custody to Atiq Ahmed here, which is why they need permission of the Supreme Court to take him from Sabarmati jail and then to the UP jail and the UP custody, and so that there can be a further investigation and interrogation of Atiq Ahmed as well. That being said, of course, the UP police is on the calls with their senior officials as well in UP, in Lucknow, to make sure how really the technicalities of this can be sorted out, because we had seen since morning that the UP police had come with all of the preparation to take Atiq Ahmed. Because let me just pan our cameras and show you where we're standing is right outside the Sabarmati jail, and we also have these two security vans of the UP police, of the UP STF that had come here, and we also see that the second layer of security with the lower level officers also that have been present here in these security vans, who were all set to take Atiq Ahmed along with them to Prayagraj via road, is what we were learning. But now, of course, over the last 30 minutes or so, there has been a delay, there has been a halt, there has been a glitch. There is a lot of brainstorming sessions also going on, is what we're being given to understand, that the UP police officials who are present inside of the Sabarmati jail are in conversation with their higher up authorities to make sure how really can they take Atiq Ahmed, because the preparation had been there in full swing for the UP police to take Atiq Ahmed with them today, but this of course is proving to be difficult for them to do that.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much, Priyanka, for all those updates. We'll keep coming to to you for all the latest on this story. Remember, UP is the place where the state where Atiq Ahmed wanted not to go, and the suspense is still there. Suspense is building up on that story. We'll keep track of all those updates. But now moving on to some good news. The launch of LV-M3 M3 OneWeb India 2 mission at 9 a.m. from the second launch pad at Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota was successful. The rocket will put 36 satellites in low Earth orbit and comes as another milestone that has been achieved by ISRO. Here's a report.
ISRO has reached another milestone, this by launching the LV-M3 into space. 1-0. ISRO successfully launched the OneWeb India 2 mission rocket from Satish Dhawan Space Center.
Liftoff normal. Here we have a majestic liftoff, 640 tons of powerhouse searing through the sky. Magnificent sight indeed.
The liftoff of the 43.5 meter tall rocket took place at 9 a.m.
Rocket है ISRO का.
First stage performance normal. Here from the Mission Control Center we can feel the vibrations of the launch.
The 36 first generation satellites weighing 5,805 kgs was placed into a 450 kilometers circular orbit with an inclination of about 87.4 degrees.
The trajectory during the atmospheric regime is to have least angle of attack with respect to wind.
The LV-M3 will deploy 36 satellites of the UK-based Network Access Associated Limited to low Earth orbit.
अब कोर चरण L110 चरण का प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है.
The first satellite deployment collaboration between the two organizations took place in October 2022.
The visuals from the onboard camera.
It is a 3-stage rocket with the first stage fired with liquid fuel.
Slope guidance initiated.
The two strap on motors powered by solid fuel. The second by liquid fuel, and the third is a cryogenic engine.
चरण का प्रज्वलन समाप्त हो जाएगा.
OneWeb is backed by India's telecom major Bharti Group.
C-25 ignition commanded.
With the successful launch of the satellites on 26th of March, the company will complete the global footprint of its Gen 1 constellation. It has 582 satellites now in orbit.
न सिर्फ उद्यम बल्कि छोटे कस्बे.
This launch comes as a major step in the effort to provide global internet access. This is ISRO's second launch in 2023 after the successful launch of SSLV D2. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Here we have a majestic liftoff, 640 tons of powerhouse searing through the sky. Magnificent sight indeed.
All right, now a quick roundup of all the latest that is making headlines from across the globe. Former Pakistan Prime Minister and PTI Chief Imran Khan on Saturday presented his party's roadmap to revamp the governance and increase exports, thus paving the way for country's economic prosperity. Imran Khan was addressing a public rally at Lahore's Minar-e-Pakistan despite a threat alert issued by the interim Punjab government.
वह क्या फर्क है?
Washington-based Indian.
उधर एक लफ्ज इस्तेमाल आजकल हो रहा है, लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड. लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड का मतलब ये नहीं है कि इमरान खान के हाथ पीछे बांध लो और दूसरे को सारा इंतजामिया सारी उसकी मदद करे और तब इलेक्शन लड़ाओ. लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड का मतलब होता है कि कमजोर और ताकतवर कानून के सामने बराबर. इसलिए वो माशरे खुशहाल हैं. हमारा मसला क्या है? हमारा मसला ये है कि हमारी बदकिस्मती है. बेचारे गांव के
Washington-based Indian journalist Lalit Jha was physically attacked and verbally abused by pro-Khalistani supporters in Washington, D.C. while he was covering a pro-Khalistani protest outside the Indian embassy on Saturday. The journalist said he was hit on his left ear with 2 sticks by pro-Khalistani supporters. He also shared a video of the Khalistani supporters on his Twitter handle. A defiant and incendiary Donald Trump, facing a potential indictment, held the first rally of his 2024 U.S. presidential campaign on Saturday in Texas. Trump opened his rally by playing a song, Justice for All, that features a choir of men imprisoned for their role in the 6th of January 2021 episode.
Our opponents have done everything they can to crush our spirit and to break our will, but they've failed. They've only made us stronger. And 2024 is the final battle. That's going to be the big one. If you put me back in the White House, their reign will be over, and America will be a free nation once again.
Russian President Vladimir Putin said that Russia plans to deploy tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus. This marks Moscow's latest attempt to use the threat of a nuclear war to ramp up tensions with the US and NATO over the invasion of Ukraine. Putin said work would be completed on building storage units for tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus on the 1st of July, a move he likened to US nuclear deployments in Europe. Israel's defense minister became the first ally in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition to break ranks on Saturday as he called for an immediate halt to the far-right government's contentious plan to overhaul the country's judiciary. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said the plan has stirred turmoil within Israel's military and posed a threat to the country's security. Israeli police clashed with protesters near a highway in Tel Aviv on Saturday as officers on horseback patrolled the road. The demonstrators had previously blocked the highway while voicing their opposition to the government's judicial overhaul. Israeli police used water cannons on protesters opposing the government's judicial overhaul who were blocking a main highway in Tel Aviv on Saturday. The government's plan to increase its control over the judiciary has triggered a national crisis and sparked the largest protest movement in Israeli history. Rescuers raced to search for survivors and helped hundreds of people left homeless after a powerful tornado cut a devastating path through Mississippi, killing at least 25 people, injuring dozens, flattening entire blocks and obliterating houses in at least one Mississippi Delta town as it carved a path of destruction for more than an hour. The tornado devastated a swath of the town of Rolling Fork, reducing homes to piles of rubble, flipping cars on their sides and toppling the town's water tower. French police and environmental activists fought violent pitched battles Saturday around a giant agricultural irrigation reservoir in rural western France. French Interior Minister Gérald Darmanin reported more than 30 people injured and said police detonated more than 4,000 non-lethal dispersion grenades as they fended off hundreds of protesters, some armed with machetes, axes and gasoline bombs. All right, on the other side, days after London provocation, Khalistanis go on a rampage, attack journalists in Washington. And the Burmese government scraps 4% Muslim quota. Shah lauds the move, slams Congress for appeasement. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
कर्नल जमाल एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहाँ पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए।
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना।
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, बाद में चढ़ लेंगे। सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में when we went earthquake happened, then we changed our things to the rescue team and we were there in Everest base camp for around 15 days. हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे। हमने फिर वो सारी चीजें पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे उनके लिए खोल दिया। क्लाइंबिंग से ज्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला और वो एक शायद हमारा टाइम था जब हमने एवरेस्ट को या एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप में हमने वो वापस दिया है पहाड़ को।
The opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is a known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come 5-star hotels. They go backpackers, they want to live, they go to Vipassana and they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians. 30, 40 years, Israelis have been doing it. Now it's the second generation. I see the parents here coming and bringing their teenager children to show them their experience from India when they were after military service.
1,000 workers of the Congress party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Kalpata in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The Youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There is a lot of workers who are gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening. 1,000 workers of the Congress party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Kalpata in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The Youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There is a lot of workers who are gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening right now.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं।
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी।
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट तो मैं चढ़ ही चुका था। Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vinson Massif, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's a 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massif.
किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं
सेना प्रदर्शन।
In complete denial, Vadra Congress stages a satyagraha, infighting within the party over Rahul's disqualification.
और जगदीश टाइटलर वो प्रथम पंक्ति में बैठे हैं। ये दिखाता है कि किस प्रकार से सिख समुदाय के घावों पर भी किस प्रकार से नमक और एसिड रगड़ने का काम बार बार किया जा रहा है।
Political storm as riot-tainted Tytler attends the Vadra Congress's satyagraha. The BJP hits out.
व्यक्ति की यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है कि व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है। कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करता।
Yogi takes on the Vadra Congress in an unrelenting attack, says the Congress cannot take moral high ground. Burmese government scraps the 4% Muslim quota. Amit Shah lauds the move, slams Congress for appeasement. Yogi versus Mafia. Uttar Pradesh STF lands in Ahmedabad to take Atiq Ahmad's custody.
Government. No, tell him that's a fascist government. I could do whatever the hell I want, right? Yo, say, hey.
Days after London provocation, Khalistanis go on a rampage, attack journalists in Washington. We start with news from Karnataka. Ahead of the crucial Karnataka Assembly elections, Basavaraj Bommai-led government made some notable changes to the state's reservation quota, removing the 4% allocation for Muslims. While Congress has called the move unconstitutional, Home Minister Amit Shah, who is in the poll-bound state, has now lauded the move and launched a scathing attack on the Congress, calling it appeasement.
The reservation in Karnataka is a mockery. It is an unconstitution. It is an unconstitution. They think that reservation can be distributed like their property. It is not their property. It is a right. The minorities of this soil are living and they have their own rights. We don't want their 4% to be scrapped and given to any of the major communities. The major communities, the Vakkaliga, Lingais, are the people who have been, they are called the Annadatas. They plow the land, they give food, they grow, they are the tillers and the landowners. We don't want any of the minorities because they are our brothers and family members. This is a country with all community. Our country is very rich in our culture. All of them are helping us equally. So they have taken their 4% and distributed 2% to Lingais, 2% to Vakkaligas. The entire Vakkaliga and Veerashaiva Lingais are rejecting this offer. We don't want. I am confident the Congress party will come to power after the next 45 days. We will scrap all this reservation. Within 90 days, they can't change 3 times. There is no base. There is no any report. No proper inquiry has been done.
रही उसके कारण वोट बैंक की लालच में उन्होंने कभी भी आजादी के लिए हैदराबाद मुक्ति के लिए जिन लोगों ने संग्राम किया उनको याद नहीं किया। भगवान भला करे, सरदार पटेल की स्मृति का उनको अमर बनाए। सरदार पटेल न होते तो हैदराबाद कभी आजाद न होता, अपना बीदर भी कभी आजाद न होता। और मित्रों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति में नहीं मानती। एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अभी कल ही हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने तय किया कि रिजर्वेशन के अंदर हम बदलाव करेंगे। एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने वोट बैंक को खुश करने के लिए 4% माइनॉरिटी रिजर्वेशन लगाया था, उसको हटाकर 2% वोकलिका और 2% हमने वीर शैव और लिंगायत को देने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी। एससी में भी एससी लैब के लिए 6%, एससी राइट के लिए 5.5%, एससी लंबानी, भोवी, कोरचा, कोरमा के लिए 4.5% और अन्य समुदायों के लिए 1% कर वहां पर भी अन्याय को दूर करने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया है।
All right, my colleague Prajwal is live with us on the broadcast from Bengaluru. Prajwal, thank you so much for joining in. This move has come in with a lot of debates. Now, the Congress calls it unconstitutional, but how does it come out for the BJP? What impact could this have, this announcement from the BJP? Will it strengthen its prospects further, especially given how southern Karnataka is an important area for the BJP and the Vocalikas and Lingayats are dominating in that area?
Absolutely. It is not only southern Karnataka, but the entire state of Karnataka as well. Because if you look at the entire demography of this entire state of Karnataka, the Vokkaligas and Lingaites will constitute about anywhere between 49% to 55% of the voter population as well. So this, this particular order which has been passed in regard to the reservation by the state government of Karnataka is very prominent as well. But all said and done, does it enjoy the legal protection? That is something which will have to be questioned now, because technically what happened was now, according to the new rule or new order which has been passed by the government of Karnataka, 2B is null and void, meaning to state that the 4% which was given to the minorities has been scrapped completely, and 2% has been given to
Hold your thoughts, Prajwal. We have Tanveer Ahmed of the JDS on the phone line with us. Mr. Tanveer Ahmed, how does your party really react to this announcement? You've seen how the Congress is reacting. What are your thoughts on this move by the BJP that has been announced?
Is it really done? Is it done for really giving any benefit to Vokkaligas and Lingayat community? No, absolutely not, because it is definitely not going to stand any legal grounds. It is at the last minute of the election, Mr. failed Chief Minister, 40% commission Chief Minister, who has done absolutely nothing other than looting Karnataka and bringing Karnataka to standstill. They want to really go to the people of two particular communities to say that they have done something. Mr. Amit Shah, who has come to Bangalore and to Karnataka and saying that giving 4% reservation to Muslims were unconstitutional, Mr. Amit Shah would like to tell that according to Sachar Committee report, 21% of Muslims are living below the poverty level. And Muslims' position in India is much worse than Dalits. I think a Raja doesn't have any religion. A Raja is a Raja who needs to protect his Praja. The Muslims are also Praja of this country. And if at all you start speaking this language, making this country into two parts, one Muslim and non-Muslim, this is not an India which Bapu wanted. This is not an India for which Jawaharlal Nehru fought with Britishers. Let us really understand two important scenarios. The quota system was given by Mr. Devagowda and then followed by Mr. Veerappa Moily by deliberating the financial, social, economical condition of Muslims, not on political grounds. Today, Mr. failed Chief Minister, 40% Commission Chief Minister, want to tell its voters that they have not done anything good for one particular community, but they have done one bad thing to another community. This is not politics which we wanted for this country, ma'am.
But all right. I'm short of time here, Tanveer Ahmed. Thank you so much for your thoughts on this story and on the development. I also thank my colleague Prajwal for joining us live on this story. It remains to be seen if the BJP can turn the tide in its favor for these elections. But meanwhile, we move on to some other developments that have been making headlines from across the country. We, of course, talk about Rahul Gandhi's disqualification and the whole political drama that has panned out on this development. Let's get to the top stories and the updates. Congress leaders protest against Rahul's conviction in a defamation case and his subsequent disqualification as an MP continued for the third day today. Congress party held a day-long Sankalp Satyagraha at Rajghat in New Delhi to register its protests against the same. Party President Mallikarjun Kharge, along with other senior leaders, including Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Jairam Ramesh and KC Venugopal, took part in the Sankalp Satyagraha.
पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके साथ खड़ी हुई है और इसमें डरने का सवाल नहीं। चाहे वो जेल में डालने दो, जेल भरो कार्यक्रम भी करेंगे हम। हर चीज जनता के हिफाजत के लिए, उनके हकूक के लिए, उनके हकूक के हिफाजत के लिए हम जरूर लड़ते रहेंगे। राहुल जी भी लड़ते रहेंगे।
Right-tainted Jagdish Titler also joined the Satyagraha at Rajghat, to which the BJP reacted sharply. Party leader RP Singh said, and I quote him here, "It is clear what kind of a Satyagraha the Congress is doing," unquote.
ये कांग्रेस का सत्याग्रह नहीं, बल्कि ये ओबीसी समाज के खिलाफ दुराग्रह है, ये कोर्ट के खिलाफ दुराग्रह है और अब तो कांग्रेस का सिख समुदाय के खिलाफ भी किस प्रकार का दुराग्रह है वो आज दिखाई दे रहा है कि इस तथाकथित सत्याग्रह पर
Meanwhile, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has taken a sharp jibe at the Congress Satyagraha. He said that one who walks on the path of untruth cannot talk about Satyagraha. Yogi also added that even those who divide the country on the lines of linguisticism, regionalism cannot do Satyagraha.
जवानों के प्रति जिनके मन में श्रद्धा और सम्मान का भाव नहीं, जो विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा कर रहे हैं, उन जवानों के प्रति भी सम्मान का भाव जिस नागरिक के मन में नहीं, और सत्याग्रह की अगर बात करे तो ये अपने आप में इससे बड़ी विडंबना और क्या हो सकती है।
It's Congress versus Congress over disqualification of Rahul Gandhi now. Section in the Congress happy after Rahul getting disqualified. Acharya Pramod radishes questions on Pramod Tiwari. Pramod Tiwari has said that Rahul should be punished, but it shouldn't be for 2 years.
इस तरह से ये किया गया है, सिर्फ रूल रेगुलेशन सबको फ्लॉट करते हैं। मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन। एक डरी हुई भाजपा सरकार, डरा हुआ मोदी, वो ये कर रहा है।
It's a fresh LG versus AAP government face-off in New Delhi as LG office sources allege that after having been caught red-handed in the act of benefiting and providing undue financial favors to private discoms in the name of poor people, the Aam Aadmi Party government and its functionaries are making baseless, false and misleading statements. The source further said that the Chief Secretary submitted a report to the CM Arvind Kejriwal as well as Delhi LG Vinay Kumar Saxena, pointing out that the Power Department is not following the statutory advice of Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission on subsidies being paid to the discoms. As the crackdown against Khalistani sympathizer and radical Amritpal Singh intensifies, posters bearing his face and details have been put up all across Punjab border areas. This comes after the police put up his posters at the Indo-Nepal border to prevent the wanted criminal from crossing the Indian territory. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed his 99th edition of the Mann Ki Baat today. PM Modi talks about Nari Shakti and cautions people amid the rising COVID cases. Indian Space Research Organisation said that the LVM-3 OneWeb India 2 mission was accomplished with all 36 satellites deployed into intended orbits. The mission launch took place from Satish Dhawan Space Centre in Sriharikota, Andhra Pradesh. The first set of 36 satellites for OneWeb Group company was launched on the 23rd of October 2022. All right, there's a big breaking news that we are getting in Umesh Pal murder case. We are getting you the first reaction from Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav as Yogi Corps close in on the murder accused Atiq Ahmed. Remember, Uttar Pradesh STF team has reached Sabarmati jail and are seeking to move him back to Prayagraj. Let's listen in to what SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav had to say.
₹1780 करोड़ रुपए की परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास का कार्यक्रम आयोजित होने जा रहा है और काशी तो नव्य और भव्य बन ही चुकी है।
पलटाई है, ये सब डॉक्यूमेंटेड है कि जिस समय आप गूगल से और अमेरिका से मदद ले लोगे आपको पता लग जाएगा कि किस समय गाड़ी पलटी है और किसने पलटाई है। ये सब डॉक्यूमेंटेड है, सैटेलाइट पर सब होगा, ये रिकॉर्ड जाने वाला नहीं है। ये गलती मत करना आप। ये 3 साल बाद 4 साल बाद भी अगर अमेरिका से निवेदन करोगे, अपील करोगे और वो निकाल के रिकॉर्ड देगा कि हर सेकंड का अगर मैप आप मैप करोगे तो आपको पता लग जाएगा गाड़ी कैसे पलटी है। कि कि जिस समय आप गूगल से और अमेरिका से मदद ले लोगे आपको पता लग जाएगा कि किस समय गाड़ी पलटी है और किसने पलटाई है। ये सब डॉक्यूमेंटेड है, सैटेलाइट पर सब होगा, ये रिकॉर्ड जाने वाला नहीं है, ये गलती मत करना आप। ये 3 साल बाद 4 साल बाद भी अगर अमेरिका से निवेदन करोगे, अपील करोगे और वो निकाल के रिकॉर्ड देगा कि हर सेकंड का अगर आप मैप करोगे तो आपको पता लग जाएगा गाड़ी कैसे पलटी है।
There you heard Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party chief, who was commenting and raising the Gaadi Palat Jayegi comment yet again. My colleague Priyanka Sharma is back with us live on the broadcast from Ahmedabad. Priyanka, you heard what Akhilesh Yadav said. He is hinting at Gaadi Palat Jayegi.
मंत्री जी ये बताइए, जो आपने अभी बयान दिया था गाड़ी पलटने को लेकर अखिलेश यादव की, उस पर अखिलेश यादव जी की प्रतिक्रिया आई है। उन्होंने कहा है कि मुख्यमंत्री जी ने शायद बता दिया होगा जेपीएस राठौर जी को कि गाड़ी कब और कहाँ पलटेगी, तो गूगल मैप से जरा देखना। क्या कहना चाहते हैं आप इस प्रतिक्रिया पे?
ऐसा है कि अपराधियों और माफियाओं को कैसे नियंत्रित करना है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को आता है। अपराध को बढ़ाना, अपराधियों को बढ़ावा देना, ये काम समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता करते रहे सदैव। तो किस तरीके से उनको नियंत्रित किया जाए ये मुख्यमंत्री जी कर रहे हैं। और जहाँ तक गाड़ी पलटने की बात है, मैंने केवल इतना कहा है कि अगर कोई अपराधी माफिया गिरफ्त में आ जाता पुलिस की, तो गाड़ी में शांति से बैठा रहे ताकि वो सुरक्षित तरीके से जेल पहुँच जाए। वो वहाँ पर हाय तौबा मचाएगा, गाड़ी से कूदने फादने की सोचेगा तो उसके बाद डिसबैलेंस हो सकता है ड्राइवर, तो गाड़ी पलट सकती है। तो इस तरह से अपराधियों के खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार कर रही, पुलिस लगातार धरपकड़ कर रही हुई है। और अपराधी माफिया अगर पाताल लोक में भी छुपे होंगे तो उनको निकालने का काम उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार, उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस करेगी।
All right, that was UP Cabinet Minister JP Rathore who was reacting to Akhilesh Yadav's comment. Going back to Priyanka Sharma, my colleague who's live with us from Ahmedabad, where she's tracking everything that is the latest on Atiq Ahmed and his possible custody. Remember, UP cops are, Yogi cops are present around the Sabarmati jail. You heard what Akhilesh Yadav said, Priyanka, and the counter to it that is coming in from the BJP government. How do we see this? Because we've seen these comments coming in time and again from both the parties. Atiq Ahmed himself has said time and again that, send me anywhere, but do not send me to any jail in Uttar Pradesh.
Well, yes, the war of words, the statements and counter statements have always been given when it comes to Atiq Ahmed, because he has made those controversial statements when it comes to him saying that he does have a fear for his own life when he will be given the custody to the UP police as well, when he will be taken in the custody of UP police. And just a few minutes back, in fact, 30 to 40 minutes ago, we were breaking this information as well, that he has made a verbal plea to the UP police, to the STF, that he does not want to be in their custody. But that being said, of course, we also have seen that formally there is a petition in the Supreme Court as well where he has voiced these concerns. Now, of course, there is a lot of politicization of this entire event given the history of another such gangster that had in fact also died in that particular circumstances as well. And Atiq Ahmed has made a reference to that time and time again. Now, of course, that being talked about, we have also been tracking about what's really happening inside of the Sabarmati jail and how the procedures in fact has been going on inside of the jail as of now since morning, since we've been tracking the kind of legalities that were being gone through by the UP police with the Gujarat police here at the Sabarmati jail. In fact, the latest is what we were being given to understand is that there is a glitch in terms of the legalities. There are some concerns that the legalities need to be sorted out between the UP police, between the Gujarat police, before the UP police in fact takes Atiq Ahmed in their custody and takes him by road from Ahmedabad to Prayagraj, because that is the preparation that they came with since morning. This is the preparation preparation that we have been seeing right outside of the Sabarmati jail as well, where we are seeing the security vans that have been placed in position. We have been seeing the security personnel who have been placed inside of those vans in position. And of course, the latest updates that we were also breaking from inside is that already the procedure for them being already giving up their mobile phones, who will be traveling with Atiq Ahmed, all of those preparations are already being made. So that being taken into consideration, we can we can make an estimate that Atiq Ahmed will be taken today itself, because there is a glitch that is being ironed out, which is why there is a little bit of a delay, because we were being given to understand that he will be leaving from here. The UP police will be taking him from here at around 3 p.m. But of course, there is a delay, like I mentioned, about the legalities of it, and they said that they need a permission of the Supreme Court as well, since he is in the judicial custody by the Apex Court into the Sabarmati jail as well. So all of those parts we are waiting to get a confirmation on, and an official statement from the UP police as well, because as of now, the latest what we had heard is that the UP police was in conversation with the higher up authorities to understand how really this procedure can be carried out today itself. Yes.
Right. Keep a track of all those updates. We'll keep coming back to you, Priyanka. Thank you so much for all those details on that story. The countdown has begun. Atiq Ahmed could be any time in the custody of the Uttar Pradesh police, but we'll keep you updated on all the information that is coming in. Well, now we will, of course, move on to other big stories of the day. The launch of LVM-3 OneWeb India 2 mission at 9 a.m. from the second launch pad at Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota was successful. The rocket will put 36 satellites in low Earth orbit and comes as another milestone that has been achieved by ISRO. Here's a report.
ISRO has reached another milestone, this by launching the LVM-3 into space.
10.
ISRO successfully launched the OneWeb India 2 mission rocket from Satish Dhawan Space Center.
Here we have a majestic liftoff, 640 tons of powerhouse searing through the sky. Magnificent sight indeed.
The liftoff of the 43.5 meter tall rocket took place at 9 a.m.
Rocket है इसरो का.
First stage performance normal. Here from the Mission Control Center, we can feel the vibrations of the launch.
The 36 first-generation satellites weighing 5,805 kgs was placed into a 450 kilometers circular orbit with an inclination of about 87.4 degrees.
The trajectory during the atmospheric regime is to have least angle of attack with respect to wind.
The LVM-3 will deploy 36 satellites of the UK-based Network Access Associated Limited to low Earth orbit.
अब कोर चरण L110 चरण का प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है.
The first satellite deployment collaboration between the two organizations took place in October 2022.
The visuals from the onboard camera.
It is a 3-stage rocket with the first stage fired with liquid fuel.
Slope guidance initiated.
The two strap on motors powered by solid fuel. The second by liquid fuel, and the third is a cryogenic engine.
चरण का प्रज्वलन समाप्त हो जाएगा.
OneWeb is backed by India's telecom major Bharti Group.
C-25 ignition commanded.
With the successful launch of the satellites on 26th of March, the company will complete the global footprint of its Gen 1 constellation. It has 582 satellites now in orbit.
न सिर्फ उद्यम बल्कि छोटे कस्बे.
This launch comes as a major step in the effort to provide global internet access. This is ISRO's second launch in 2023 after the successful launch of SSLV D2. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Here we have a majestic liftoff, 640 tons of powerhouse searing through the sky. Magnificent sight indeed.
All right, now a quick roundup of all the stories making headlines from the world of sports. Delhi Capitals are all set to take on the Mumbai Indians in the finals of Women's Premier League at the Mumbai's Brabant Stadium today. Delhi Capitals will square off against Mumbai Indians in the inaugural Women's Premier League final at Brabant Stadium. With less than 24 hours left into the game, Delhi Capitals skipper Meg Lanning believes that her team is ready to face an irrepressible Mumbai team. Former Australian skipper Ricky Ponting, who will bear the responsibilities of Delhi Capitals head coach, has said that Prithvi Shaw has trained harder and better, and it would be the biggest IPL season for him. Johnny Bairstow will miss out on the action of the upcoming edition of the Indian Premier League due to an injury. Punjab Kings made an announcement on their social media handle about Bairstow's absence on Saturday. India's high performance director Bernard Dunn has said that Nikhat Zareen and Lavlina Borgohain have booked their spots for the year's Asian Games, which will be a qualifier for the Paris Olympics. Scripting history, exuberant Indian pugilists Neetu Ghangas and Sweetie Bura were crowned as world champions for the first time after registering contrasting victories in the finals of the IBA Women's World Boxing Championship at the Indira Gandhi Sports Complex on Saturday. India clinched the 6th medal at the ongoing ISSF World Cup. Manu Bhaker secured a bronze medal in the women's 25-meter pistol event of the ISSF Rifle World Cup 2023 at the MP State Shooting Academy in Bhopal on Saturday. And it looks like the Swiss Air continues to stoke the competitive fire in Indian players. On Saturday, Satvik Sairaj Rankireddy and Chirag Shetty entered the men's doubles final with a splendid victory over Malaysian third seeds Ong Yu Sin and Theo E. Yi. Former Brazilian and Barcelona star Ronaldinho has said that he wishes that Lionel Messi finishes his career at Barcelona. Ronaldinho introduced Messi to the basketball legend Kobe Bryant, this when Messi was still a young, upcoming talent. Lionel Messi was forever immortalized when Argentina Football Association President Chiqui Tapia announced on Saturday that the Argentina training camp will be named after the superstar. Now viewers, don't go anywhere. On the other side, we have more stories. In complete denial, Vadra Congress stages Satyagraha, infighting within the party over Rahul's disqualification. Days after London provocation, Khalistanis go on a rampage, attack journalists in Washington.
The opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is a known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come five-star hotels. They go backpackers, they want to live, they go to Vipassana, and they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians. 30, 40 years, Israelis have been doing it. Now it's the second generation. I see the parents here coming and bringing their teenager children to show them their experience from India when they were after military service.
1,000 workers of the Congress party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Kalpata in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The Youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There are a lot of workers who have gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening right now.
The United Kingdom is allowing terrorist groups to target India to run full corporate type offices on British soil. This is payback time. Last week
week in the UK, there were celebrations when it was reported that the economy might grow by 0.4%. If we give the British access to the Indian market by signing the free trade agreement with them, then their GDP will go up by 0.25% additionally. This is huge. Britain cannot be allowed to lecture us on fake liberalism and continue to justify terrorism as dissent. I say I disagree with the way in which Britain is continuing to...
If we look at the BJP's claim, they have made it abundantly clear that whatever is happening in the court of law, and such hue and cry and saying that it is nothing but political vendetta is quite bizarre. In the end of the day, it was a case that was taken up into the court. The court has given him bail as well. The court has given him 30 days time as well to explore his legal options and to fight it out.
1,000 workers of the Congress party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Kalpata in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There are a lot of workers who have gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening right now.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे हैं बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं।
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी।
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट तो मैं चढ़ ही चुका था। Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vinson Massive, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massive.
बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं।
Complete denial. The Border Congress stages Satyagraha in the national capital in fighting within party over Rahul disqualification.
और जगदीश टाइटलर वो प्रथम पंक्ति में बैठे हैं। ये दिखाता है कि किस प्रकार से सिख समुदाय के घावों पर भी किस प्रकार से नमक और एसिड रगड़ने का काम बार बार किया जा रहा है।
Political storm as riot tainted Jagdish Titler attends Border Congress Satyagraha. The BJP hits out.
यह व्यक्ति के यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है कि व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है। कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करेगा।
Yogi Adityanath takes on the Border Congress in an unrelenting attack, says Congress can't take a moral high ground on this issue.
के पास में कोई भी फोन नहीं है।
सर कुछ बात ऐसी पता लगी थी कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के लिए कुछ मामला अटका हुआ है।
जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं
हेलो
जाया जाएगा, पर उसके साथ साथ सारी जो प्रिपरेशंस है सीनियर ऑफिसर्स अब जाएंगे साबरमती जेल से बाहर निकल जाएंगे और उसके साथ उसमें आगे कैमरे को लेकर जाया जाएगा। आप देख सकते हैं मेरे बाई तरफ किस तरफ यहाँ पे 2 सिक्योरिटी वैन्स हैं और उसी में से एक के अंदर आदि कैमरे को लेकर जाया जाएगा और उसके साथ साथ आप देख सकते हैं जो सिक्योरिटी कर्मी है
वो भी अंदर मौजूद है और उन्हीं के साथ कुछ बातचीत करने
जो सीनियर लेवल के जो अधिकारी हैं वो बाहर आए थे, यूपी पुलिस के, यूपी एसटीएफ के, और उन्हीं के साथ कुछ बातचीत करने के बाद में ये पूरा जायजा लेने के बाद में वो वापस अंदर गए हैं अपने मीटिंग रूम में, और आगे जो हायर अप अथॉरिटीज हैं उनसे भी बातचीत की जाएगी समझने के लिए कि आतिक अहमद को लीगली स्पीकिंग आज लेकर जाया जा सकता है कि नहीं, क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं कि 3 बजे करीब जो शेड्यूल टाइम था आतिक अहमद को लेकर जाने का, उसके बाद से कई बार जो डिले हो चुकी है, कई बार जो लीगैलिटीज के ऊपर जो सवाल उठाए जा चुके हैं कि अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का परमिशन है या नहीं यूपी एसटीएफ के पास में, और जो गुजरात के जो जेल के एडीजी हैं उन्होंने भी ये कहा है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की परमिशन के बाद बिना उनको लेकर जाया नहीं जा सकता। पर अभी हमने देखा कुछ ही मिनटों पहले जस्ट ये जो सिक्योरिटी वैन्स है उसका जायजा लेते हुए जो सीनियर अधिकारी हैं वो अपने मीटिंग रूम से बाहर आए थे।
Priyanka, my colleague, reporting from the location where a team of the Uttar Pradesh police has reached the Sabarmati Central Jail in Gujarat's Ahmedabad. They will take gangster-turned-politician Atik Ahmed to Prayagraj, where he will be produced before a court that is scheduled to pass an order on the 28th of March in a kidnapping case in which he's accused. There's a big political fight over this. In fact, Priyanka, my colleague, is live. Let's go across to her. She's getting us the latest report. She's live from outside the jail.
एडीजी यहाँ के हमें बता रहे हैं कि उसके बिना हम उसको नहीं लेके जाने दे सकते, और इसीलिए इतनी जो डिले है जो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, तब से डिले जरूर हो रहा है क्योंकि जो सीनियर लेवल के जो अधिकारी हैं वो अभी तक साबरमती जेल के अंदर मौजूद थे, और अभी कुछ ही मिनटों पहले हमने देखा कि वो जो सीनियर लेवल के अधिकारी हैं वो यहाँ पर आए, उन्होंने जायजा लिया, उन्होंने पूरी बातचीत की जो लोअर लेवल सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर्स हैं जो यहाँ पर बैठे हैं उनसे, और अंदर से जो सूत्रों के हिसाब से जो हमें खबर भी आ रही थी कि सारे जो सिक्योरिटी वैन के अंदर जो बैठे रहेंगे पुलिसकर्मी उन सब का फोन ले लिया जाएगा, उनके पास एक भी मोबाइल फोन नहीं रखा जाएगा, और सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान में रखते हुए कई सारे ऐसे मेजर्स लिए जाएंगे। तो उसी के साथ साथ अब हमने देखा कि जो सीनियर लेवल अधिकारी हैं वो यहाँ पर आके जायजा लिया जा रहा था, और उनका
Okay, so those are live visuals coming in. Let's go across and get you the political reactions coming in. This is what Akhilesh Yadav said, hinting that there could be an encounter in this story.
पता नहीं उनको पहले मुख्यमंत्री जी ने फोन करके बता दिया होगा कि इस जगह पर गाड़ी पलटा देंगे, और मैंने उस समय भी कहा था कि जिस समय आप गूगल से और अमेरिका से मदद ले लोगे आपको पता लग जाएगा कि किस समय गाड़ी पलटी है और किसने पलटाई है। ये सब डॉक्यूमेंटेड है, सैटेलाइट पर सब होगा, ये रिकॉर्ड जाने वाला नहीं है, ये गलती मत करना आप। ये 3 साल बाद 4 साल बाद भी अगर अमेरिका से निवेदन करोगे, अपील करोगे, और वो निकाल के रिकॉर्ड देगा कि हर सेकंड का अगर आप मैप करोगे तो आपको पता लग जाएगा गाड़ी कैसे पलटी है।
कानून सम्मत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, और जो भी साक्ष्य हैं योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की सरकार के पास उसके आधार पर कार्रवाई करें। कानून सम्मत कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, और जो भी साक्ष्य हैं योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की सरकार के पास उसके आधार पर कार्रवाई करें।
In fact, there are reports now coming in that he's refused to leave the jail. Atik Ahmed, the former MLA from Uttar Pradesh, as we speak in Gujarat's Sabarmati jail, fears he will be killed. He claims he will be killed in an encounter while being taken to a court in Uttar Pradesh. He's also saying that he's fearing to leave the jail, even as the UP police team is at the Sabarmati jail in Gujarat as we speak. Those are live pictures coming in of the action unfolding outside the Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad. And more pictures coming in. In fact, as the Uttar Pradesh police team is there, they are at the location where Atik Ahmed, the former Samajwadi Party leader, has been lodged in Sabarmati jail. He's been there since June 2019, where he was shifted from his home state as per the Supreme Court orders in April that year. Now, a court in Prayagraj had set 28th of March as the date to pass its order in a kidnapping case in which Atik Ahmed is an accused. Prayagraj Police Commissioner has said that his fate will be decided on the 28th of March. So keeping a close watch on that action unfolding from Uttar Pradesh to Gujarat now. Well, Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified following his conviction in a defamation case. The Vadra Congress is in complete denial. They're fighting it out. And a day after staging pan-India protests, it's now resorting to what it calls Satyagraha. But in a section within the Congress party, it appears, after Rahul was disqualified, is happy that it's happened. Congress leader Pramod Tiwari from Uttar Pradesh has said that Rahul Gandhi should be punished, but it shouldn't be 2 years. Here's actually what the Congress is saying about each other, as one leader says it's okay to be punished, but it shouldn't have been over 2 years, while thereby also admitting that perhaps Rahul Gandhi was guilty. That's coming in from within the Vadra Congress.
तरह से ये किया गया है, सिर्फ रूल रेगुलेशंस आपको अपलोड करते हैं। मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली थी, इसमें दे रहे हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन। एक डरी हुई भाजपा सरकार, डरा हुआ मोदी, वो ये कर रहा है।
पता चला मुझे कि सारे देश में कांग्रेस पार्टी वाले सत्याग्रह कर रहे हैं। सत्याग्रह, अरे सत्याग्रह तो 1906 में महात्मा गांधी ने किया था साउथ अफ्रीका में। सत्याग्रह तो महात्मा गांधी ने 1919 में किया था भारत में। किसके लिए किया था? भारत के सम्मान के लिए किया था। किसके लिए किया था? भारत की अस्मिता के लिए किया था। किसके लिए किया था? भारत में भारतीय का राज हो, इस बात को बढ़ाने के लिए किया था। आप सत्याग्रह कर रहे हो, किस बात के लिए सत्याग्रह कर रहे हो? क्या है आपका अहंकार? लोकतंत्र की परंपराएं तोड़ रहे हो, कानून पर विश्वास नहीं करते हो, अति पिछड़ा जाति सूचक गाली देते हो, कहते हो कि चोर हैं। कोर्ट कहता है आपको, न्यायालय कहता है माफी मांगो, माफी मांगो, माफी मांगो। आपका अहंकार इतना बढ़ जाता है कि आप माफी मांगने से इनकार करते हैं। आपकी सदस्यता चली जाती है, आपको सजा हो जाती है। रस्सी जल गई, बल नहीं गया, अहंकार नहीं गया। क्या कहते हैं? कहते हैं कि मैं किसी से नहीं डरता, मैं किसी से नहीं डरता। अरे भाई, संविधान से तो डरो, कानून से तो डरो, कोर्ट से तो डरो, कुछ तो समझो। लेकिन नहीं, ऐसी समझदारी, अहंकार इतना बड़ा और समझदारी इतनी छोटी। सत्याग्रह करने चले हैं। मित्रों, देश कभी इनको माफ नहीं करने वाला है। और जनता को जाके बताओ, इन लोगों ने अति पिछड़ा को जाति सूचक बोल करके उनके प्रति चोर शब्द का इस्तेमाल करके गाली देने का प्रयास किया, उसके बाद माफी भी नहीं मानी। ऐसे अहंकारी पार्टी और नेताओं को, जनता को प्रजातांत्रिक तरीके से उनके लिए सदा सदा के लिए जवाब।
And as the Vadra Congress stages the Satyagraha over Rahul Gandhi's disqualification after being convicted, Yogi Adityanath, the UP Chief Minister, heading out at the Vadra Congress.
इस संवेदना जब मनुष्य के प्रति नहीं थी, तो उनकी संवेदना एक मूक जीव के प्रति होगा, ये तो कल्पना से भी बाहर है। गांधी जी ने अपने जीवन में सदैव सत्य, अहिंसा और अस्तेय को स्थान दिया था। उन्होंने हमेशा इस बात के लिए, उनका आग्रह था, उनका आग्रह ही सत्याग्रह कहलाया। यानी सत्य के मार्ग पर चलने वाला ही सत्याग्रह कर सकता है। असत्य के मार्ग पर चलने वाला कभी सत्याग्रह की बात करे, यह व्यक्ति के यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी, दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है कि व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है। कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करेगा। और सत्याग्रह के मार्ग पर चलने की जो प्रेरणा बापू ने दी, वास्तव में वही सत्य का आग्रह जो अपने जीवन में कर सके, मन, वचन और कर्म से सत्य का आचरण जो व्यक्ति करता हो, उसके अनुसार व्यवहार करता हो, वही सत्याग्रह है। लोकतंत्र को कमजोर करने वाले सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकते। आकंठ भ्रष्टाचार में डूबे हुए लोग सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकते। मौन जीवों की बात तो दूर, मनुष्य के प्रति भी जिनकी संवेदना न हो, वह सत्याग्रह भी नहीं कर सकते। देश को जातिवाद, क्षेत्रवाद, भाषावाद और तमाम वादों में बांटने वाले भी सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकते।
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, while speaking on what's been happening in different countries, including the UK this time around, in the US, has condemned what Khalistani packers have done, their rampage overseas, saying that civil liberties should not be misused to espouse radicalism, terrorism and violence.
Human rights or whatever it is. So, sometimes they are misused by adversaries, and that is actually what is happening today. Our point is this, that when this kind of thing happens, look, we are a democracy, we are the largest democracy, in my view we are one of the oldest democracies. We have democratic traditions in this society which go way back before most others. Nobody argues with the fact that there should be freedom of speech, that there should be civil liberties. But these should not be misused to, espouse radicalism, violence, terrorism. So there is a difference between having rights and misusing rights. And when other governments don't appreciate this difference, I think they need to be reminded.
In Polban, Karnataka, there's a decision taken by the state government which has caused a big political furor ahead of the assembly election. The Basavaraj Bommai-led government has made changes to the state's reservation quota policy, removing the 4% allocation for Muslims. And while Congress has called the move unconstitutional, Home Minister Amit Shah, who's in the poll-bound state, has lauded the move, launched an attack on the Congress, calling what they had done a case of appeasement.
In Karnataka is a mockery. It is an unconstitution. It is an unconstitution. They think that reservation can be distributed like their property. It is not their property. It is a right. The minorities of this soil are living and they have their own rights. We don't want their 4% to be scrapped and given to any of the major communities. The major communities, the Vakkaliga, Lingais, are the people who have been, they are called the Annadatas. They plow the land, they give food, they grow, they are the tillers and the landowners. We don't want any of the minorities because they are our brothers and family members. This is a country with all community. Our country is very rich in our culture. All of them are helping us equally. So they have taken their 4% and distributed 2% to Lingais, 2% to Vakkaligas. The entire Vakkaliga and Veerashaiva Lingais are rejecting this offer. We don't want. I am confident the Congress party will come to power after the next 45 days. We will scrap all this reservation. Within 90 days, they can't change 3 times. There is no base. There is no any report. No proper inquiry has been done.
कांग्रेस की जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति रही, उसके कारण वोट बैंक की लालच में उन्होंने कभी भी आजादी के लिए, हैदराबाद मुक्ति के लिए जिन लोगों ने संग्राम किया, उनको याद नहीं किया। भगवान भला करे, सरदार पटेल की स्मृति का उनको अमर बनाए। सरदार पटेल न होते तो हैदराबाद कभी आजाद न होता, अपना बीदर भी कभी आजाद न होता। और मित्रों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति में नहीं मानती। एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अभी कल ही हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने तय किया कि रिजर्वेशन के अंदर हम बदलाव करेंगे। एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने वोट बैंक को खुश करने के लिए 4% माइनॉरिटी रिजर्वेशन लगाया था, उसको हटाकर 2% वोकलिका और 2% हमने वीर शैव और लिंगायत को देने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी। एससी में भी एससी लैब के लिए 6%, एससी राइट के लिए 5.5%।
In fact, these are live pictures coming in from Gujarat, where the UP police team will be anytime now taking custody of Atiq Ahmed, the mafia don. He has been claiming there's a threat to his life. He's refused to leave jail earlier today, and the UP police team has reached the Sabarmati jail to take the mafia turned politician Atiq Ahmed in custody as per the court order. In fact, they're at Gujarat's Ahmedabad in Sabarmati jail to take Atiq Ahmed to Prayagraj, where he will be produced before a court which is scheduled to pass an order on the 28th of March in a kidnapping case in which he is an accused. Atiq Ahmed is a former Samajwadi Party leader. He's been lodged in Sabarmati jail since 2019 June, where he was shifted from his home state as per the Supreme Court orders in April that year. In fact, a team of police from Prayagraj is there to take him back to his state, where he will be produced in a court. That's day after tomorrow. Formalities for the same, we were told, is underway. Anytime now he's going to leave jail. So there's a live shot coming in from our correspondent on the ground in Ahmedabad. I'll go across to Priyanka, also joining us live. Priyanka, if you can hear me, take us through what's going on there. The team has been there for quite some time, but we are hearing that he's refusing to leave jail. We'll just go across to her. We'll cut across to her commentary on Republic Bharat as well. But we're hearing that Atiq has been lodged in Sabarmati since June 2019 after the Supreme Court had in April that year directed that Atiq, an MP, a former MP from Phulpur, Uttar Pradesh, be shifted to a high security jail in Gujarat after he was accused of orchestrating the kidnapping assault of a real estate businessman Mohit Jaiswal. While in jail, he's named in more than 100 criminal cases, including the recent Umesh Pal murder case in which his son is also under the scanner. His aides are also under the scanner. We'll go back and get the word from Priyanka. Priyanka, can you hear me? We'll just go across to Priyanka. She's not live on Republic Bharat, so we should be able to get her live anytime now. But among the most sensational murders in which Atiq Ahmed is allegedly involved, also that of Raju Pal, the MLA from the BSP who was shot dead in 2005. Umesh Pal, who's a key witness in this murder case, was also gunned down outside his residence in Prayagraj in February this year. The visuals that you see on the right side of your screen. So Atiq Ahmed's hand directly suspected in that particular murder case, and it's a live shot from the Sabarmati jail. We're expecting him to leave jail any time now. He will be taken back to Uttar Pradesh, and in his petition, Atiq Ahmed had said that the UP police were in all likelihood seeking his transit remand and police remand to take him from Ahmedabad to Prayagraj, and he genuinely apprehended that he may be eliminated during his transit period. That's what he had said on record. Those are live shots coming in. Let's see if Priyanka is on the phone line. Priyanka, can you hear me? Priyanka? We'll go across to Priyanka. We'll take a short break now, but any time now he's going to leave jail. In fact, we're getting in some updates from Priyanka right now on Republic TV. He's going to leave jail in a short while from now. There are teams from the Uttar Pradesh police. In fact, that's another van that's come in. There's full frame pictures of the teams moving in. The teams are moving in, and those are exclusive pictures from outside the Sabarmati jail. Cutting across live. Priyanka, can you hear me? Priyanka? And these are exclusive pictures once again. Republic, the only channel live, as Atiq Ahmed is being taken out of the Sabarmati jail, being taken back to the Uttar Pradesh state, his home state. Dawn-turned politician will be produced in court day after tomorrow. His direct role in the murder of Umesh Pal was seen. Priyanka live with me. Priyanka, take us through what's going on there. Priyanka, is he set to leave the jail now? Has he agreed to leave the jail? Does he have a choice?
Well, he definitely does not, Niranjan, even though the theatrics that he did resort to was something that we were keeping our viewers abreast on when it comes to how he had made those, of course, हम आपको बता रहे थे कि किस तरह से जो उन्होंने स्टेटमेंट्स आतिक अहमद ने दिए थे, कहते हुए कि वो नहीं जाना चाहते, यूपी कस्टडी में नहीं जाना चाहते, वो साबरमती जेल के अंदर रहना चाहते हैं। ये सारी चीज़ें जो थिएट्रिक्स हैं वो हमने आपको बताए थे और इस वक्त हम आपको सारी मूवमेंट दिखा रहे हैं। पहली खबर, पहले विजुअल्स हम आपको यहाँ पर ज़रूर दिखा रहे हैं क्योंकि यहाँ पे आतिक अहमद को इसी जेल के तरफ से, इसी जेल के अंदर से आतिक अहमद को यहाँ से लेकर जाया जाएगा। और आपको जो 2 सिक्योरिटी वैन हम सुबह से दिखा रहे हैं कि जो 2 सिक्योरिटी वैन्स हैं, जो प्रोटोकॉल्स हैं, जो प्रोसीजर्स हैं, उनको फॉलो करते हुए, सारे जो रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस हैं उनको फॉलो करते हुए हम आपको दिखा सकते हैं कि यूपी पुलिस का कितना बड़ा काफिला यहाँ पे इनफैक्ट आ चुका है, जो यहाँ पे आतिक अहमद को लेकर जाएंगे साथ में। हम आपको दिखा रहे थे कि किस तरह से जो 2 सिक्योरिटी वैन्स भी हैं वो भी यहाँ पर तैनात कर दिए गए हैं और यहीं से आतिक अहमद को कुछ ही मिनटों में यहाँ से लेकर आया जाएगा और यहीं से यूपी की तरफ प्रयागराज में बाय रोड लेकर जाया जाएगा। और हमने देखा सुबह से सारे जो अथॉरिटीज है, जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं, वो साबरमती पुलिस के साथ में, साबरमती जेल के कर्मियों के साथ में कोऑर्डिनेशन जारी रखे थे। और हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं सिक्योरिटी वैन जो है वो अंदर लेकर जाई जा रही है। तो आतिक अहमद को बाहर नहीं लेकर जाया जाएगा, ये वैन को अंदर लेकर जाया जाएगा। और आपको देख सकते हैं कि ये जो सारी वैन है, ये सारी जो वैन है उसमें पूरे पर्दे लगा दिए गए हैं और उसमें सारी जगह से पूरे प्रेपरेशंस जो है वो कर दिए गए हैं और यहीं से उनको शायद बाहर लेकर आया जाएगा, इसी के अंदर बिठाया जाएगा और उसी के साथ साथ यहाँ से प्रयागराज लेकर जाया जाएगा। और हम आपको दिखा रहे थे किस तरह से जो सीनियर पुलिसकर्मी हैं और किस तरह से सारे जो गनमैन हैं, जो सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल है, जो 2 टियर सिक्योरिटी की अगर हम बात करें जो दी जा रही है आतिक अहमद को यहाँ से लेकर जाने के लिए, क्योंकि कई सारी जो कंट्रोवर्सीज हैं वो जरूर हुई थी। जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की अगर हम बात करें तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंदर भी उसने जो याचिका की थी, याचिका के अंदर भी कई सारे जो स्टेटमेंट्स लिए गए थे आतिक अहमद की ओर से, कहते हुए कि आतिक अहमद को अपनी जान का खतरा है, अपने आप उनको लगता है कि वो सेफ नहीं है, सिक्योर नहीं है यूपी कस्टडी में। और इसीलिए सुबह से हम आपको दिखा रहे थे कि किस तरह से वो थिएट्रिक्स और ये स्टेटमेंट्स जो हैं दिए जा रहे थे उनकी लीगल टीम को और यूपी पुलिस कर्मचारियों को भी। हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं लगातार तस्वीरें जो यूपी पुलिस कर्मचारी की हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। सुबह से यहाँ पे वो तैनात हैं, सुबह से जो सिक्योरिटी वैन्स है वो यहाँ पर तैनात हैं, सारे प्रोटोकॉल्स जो प्रोसीजर्स हैं वो फॉलो किए जा रहे हैं। और सुबह से जो हम बता रहे थे कि जो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस के जरिए जो मजिस्ट्रेट के ऊपर IPC 268 को भी निकाला गया था, वो सारी जो प्रतिक्रिया है वो भी शुरुआत वो भी की जा रही थी। और उसी के बाद जो एक टेक्निकल ग्लिच जरूर आया था, लीगैलिटीज का जो इशू आया था, वो जो जेल के जो ADG हैं वो उन्होंने कहा था कि आतिक अहमद को ऐसे हम लेकर जाने की इजाजत नहीं दे सकते क्योंकि जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट है, जो एपेक्स कोर्ट है, उसकी जुडिशियल कस्टडी में वो है और जब तक उनका परमिशन नहीं आता उनको नहीं लेकर जाया जा सकता। हम देख सकते हैं कि कई सारे जो कर्मी हैं यहाँ पर, पुलिसकर्मी हैं, वो बाहर निकल रहे हैं। हालांकि हमने बार बार लगातार ट्राई किया था सुबह से उनसे बात करने की, पर वो बिल्कुल भी कोई भी ऑफिशियल बयान इस समय नहीं देना चाह रहे हैं। और इनफैक्ट सारा जो सिक्योरिटी है वो एकदम कड़क पूरा अरेंजमेंट यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है जिससे कि कोई भी इसमें लैप्स ना हो, कोई भी इसमें लूप होल ना निकाला जा सके, क्योंकि सिक्योरिटी को लेकर ही कई सारे जो कंसर्न्स हैं जो आतिक अहमद को लेकर उसी को किया जा रहा था। और उसी की वजह से कई सारे जो स्टेटमेंट्स, जो पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट्स भी हमने देखे हैं, अखिलेश यादव की बात करें या किसी और की भी अगर हम बात करें, तो सारे जो पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट्स हैं हमने सुबह से हमें सुनने को मिले हैं, बयानबाजी सुनने को मिली है जिसमें अखिलेश यादव ने यह भी कहा है कि गाड़ी पलट सकती है। तो ये सारी चीजें बार बार कही जा रही हैं कि गाड़ी पलट सकती है। विकास दुबे को बार बार एक एग्जाम्पल बताते हुए कि यूपी पुलिस और यूपी अधिकारियों और यूपी गवर्नमेंट मशीनरी की तरफ से ऐसा भी किया जा सकता है। ये सारी चीजें आतिक अहमद ने की थी, पर हमने आपको दिखाया कि किस तरह से सिक्योरिटी का अरेंजमेंट यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है, किस तरह से जो 2 सिक्योरिटी वैन्स हैं वो यहाँ पर लेकर आई जा रही हैं। और इस समय हम आपको तस्वीरें भी दिखाएंगे जो अधिकारी हैं उनके साथ साथ जो सिक्योरिटी वैन्स है उसके अंदर की भी तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखाएंगे, क्योंकि इस समय तो सारे जो पर्दे हैं, सारे विंडोज हैं, वो सब बंद कर दिए गए हैं। हम आपको दिखा सकते हैं कि इसी के अंदर जो जाली वाली जो विंडो होती है वो सारी ढक दी गई है, जिससे कि आतिक अहमद बिल्कुल भी यहाँ पर हमें देखने को बिल्कुल नहीं मिलेंगे। जो एक्सेस है उसका बिल्कुल भी वो आतिक अहमद का नहीं होगा हमारे पास में, क्योंकि किसी के पास में भी, क्योंकि हमने देखा है जो प्रोटोकॉल है वो बहुत स्ट्रिक्टली यहाँ पर फॉलो किया जा रहा है। और इस समय हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं उसी सिक्योरिटी वैन के अंदर से, जहां पर आतिक अहमद को लेकर जाया जाएगा और सारी जो प्रोसीजर है
वो ऑफ कोर्स इस समय पे किया जा रहा है। लास्ट मिनट जो प्रेपरेशंस है वो सब की जा रही हैं और जो सीनियर लेवल अधिकारी हैं, सीनियर लेवल ऑफिसर्स हैं, उनकी तरफ से भी सारी जो प्रेपरेशंस है वो ध्यान में रखे जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि अगर कुछ भी सिक्योरिटी लैप्स अगर निकल कर आती है, क्योंकि 1100 किलोमीटर से भी लंबा रास्ता अब उनको तय करना है साबरमती जेल से प्रयागराज जाने में, तो उसी में कोई ना कोई अगर लैप्स हो जाता है तो बहुत बड़ा एक कंट्रोवर्सी ऑफ कोर्स जरूर हो जाएगी, क्योंकि कई सारे जो बयान हैं पॉलिटिकली भी बहुत सारे बयान दिए जा चुके हैं सिक्योरिटी को लेके। तो ये सारी चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखते हुए ये सारी प्रिपरेशंस जो हैं इस समय हमें देखने को मिल रही हैं और कुछ ही मिनटों में आतिक अहमद को यहाँ पर लेकर आया जाएगा और यहीं से जो 2 रूट हमें बताए जा रहे हैं प्रयागराज को लेकर जाने के लिए, 2 रूट जो हैं जो चित्तौड़गढ़ या फिर भोपाल से होकर जाएंगे, ये 2 रूट अभी तक हमें एक ऑफिशियल कंफर्मेशन नहीं दी गई है कि किस रूट से लेकर जाया जाएगा, क्योंकि वो कह रहे हैं कि एक सिक्योरिटी को एकदम ध्यान में रखते हुए बिल्कुल भी इंटेलिजेंस शेयर नहीं की जा रही है आतिक अहमद को लेके। पर उन्होंने कहा है कि जैसे ही वो यहाँ से निकलेंगे वैसे ही कुछ अपडेट जरूर हमें मिलेगा कि किस रूट से आतिक अहमद को प्रयागराज पहुंचाया जाएगा। 1100 किलोमीटर 20 घंटे करीब लगेंगे जब उनको आतिक अहमद को अगर कंटिन्यूसली बाय रोड अगर प्रयागराज कल तक उनको अगर पहुंचाना है तो ये सारी चीजें ध्यान में रखते हुए सारे प्रिपरेशंस यहाँ पे किए जा रहे थे और जो लीगैलिटीज जो हैं, जो इश्यूज आ रहे थे, जो टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस आ रहे थे, वो सारी चीजें भी आयन आउट यहाँ पर की जा रही
है। प्रियंका, अभी जो यहाँ पे जो तस्वीरें आ रही है एंड लुकिंग एट दिस पिक्चर्स लाइव, शी इज लाइव ऑन बोथ रिपब्लिक भारत एंड रिपब्लिक टीवी। क्या यहाँ से सीधा यूपी लेके जाएंगे आतिक अहमद को? और ये जो लीगल पोजीशन है उनका, क्योंकि लॉयर्स बोल रहे थे कि he doesn't feel safe, he feels he could be encountered, etc. Now these are claims, of course, but what's the legal position on that? Has he moved court?
जी बिल्कुल, हम आपको दिखा दें कि किस तरह से जो लीगैलिटीज़ की अगर हम बात करें तो जो लीगल टीम है उसके ज़रिए आतिक अहमद ने कई सारे जो बयान हैं वो ज़रूर दिए थे, कहते हुए कि उनको उनकी जान का खतरा है और उन्होंने कहा था कि वो बिल्कुल भी अपने आप को सुरक्षित नहीं मानते यूपी पुलिस के कस्टडी के अंदर और इसीलिए वो यहाँ पर साबरमती जेल के अंदर ही रहना चाहते हैं। तो ऐसे कई सारे जो स्टेटमेंट्स हैं वो ज़रूर दिए गए थे और लीगल टीम्स के ज़रिए भी आतिक अहमद की तरफ से ये बयानबाजी ज़रूर की गई थी, गुजरात पुलिस को बताने के लिए, यूपी पुलिस को बताने के लिए। साबरमती जेल के अंदर ये सारी जो प्रक्रिया है वो जरूर हो चुकी है और उसी के बाद, क्योंकि ऐसा हमने सुना था जरूर कि आतिक अहमद ने बार बार ये मिन्नतें की थी कि उसको नहीं जाना है यूपी पुलिस के कस्टडी में और पर देयर इज नो लीगल बेयरिंग टू इट एंड इसके लिए ही ये सारा जो प्रोसीजर है वो आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है और इसीलिए आतिक अहमद को इस वक्त प्रयागराज के लिए लेकर जाया जाएगा। और आपके दूसरे सवाल का अगर हम जवाब दें तो क्योंकि यहाँ से कंटिन्यूसली अहमदाबाद से प्रयागराज यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जाएगा, कोई भी स्टॉप नहीं लिया जाएगा, कोई भी जो प्रोटोकॉल है उसको ब्रेक नहीं किया जाएगा, क्योंकि यही सारे जो इश्यूज है वही सब आयन आउट किए जा रहे थे। और हमने देखा कि जो जूनियर लेवल जो पुलिसकर्मी है, जो जूनियर लेवल सिक्योरिटी के लिए लेकर आए गए हैं, जो सिक्योरिटी वैन्स में आतिक अहमद के साथ बैठकर जाएंगे, सारे जो गनमैन हैं उन सबको भी ये सारी चीजें बताई गई थी कि जो इंटरेक्शन है अपना आतिक अहमद के साथ में मिनिमल रहेगा और उनके पास में कोई भी मोबाइल फोन नहीं रहेगा। तो ये सारी सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल्स जो हैं वो बिल्कुल एकदम टू द टी एकदम फॉलो किए जा रहे हैं और इसीलिए हमें देखने को मिल रहा है कि थोड़ा सा डिले जरूर हुआ था और हमें बताया जा रहा था कि 3 से 3:30 बजे करीब आतिक अहमद को यहाँ से निकाला जाएगा, पर उसके बाद से हमने देखा है कि जो लीगल इश्यूज है वो जरूर बताए जा रहे थे, क्योंकि उन्होंने कहा था कि एक जो परमिशन है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से जरूर चाहिए होगी। जो एडीजी हैं साबरमती जेल के, उन्होंने भी ये कहा था कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से परमिशन जरूर चाहिए होगी, उसके बिना यूपी पुलिस एसटीएफ को यहाँ से लेकर जाने की परमिशन हम अपनी तरफ से नहीं दे सकते हैं और इसीलिए थोड़ा सा डिले जरूर हुआ है, क्योंकि अब हमने देखा है कि करीब 5:30 जो बज चुके हैं और उसी के बाद कुछ ही मिनटों बाद और 6 बजे करीब जो जेल की प्रतिक्रियाएं हैं वो पूरी बंद हो जाती हैं। पर उसी से पहले हम देखने को मिल रहा है कि आतिक अहमद को यहाँ से निकाला जाएगा और पूरे सिक्योरिटी के साथ कोई भी चीज को ओवरलुक किए बिना पूरी सिक्योरिटी सुरक्षा वैन के साथ में, गनमैन के साथ में, ये सारी चीजें ध्यान में रखने के बाद में आतिक अहमद को यहाँ से निकाला जाएगा। अब कुछ ही मिनटों में किसी भी वक्त इनफैक्ट हमें बताया जा रहा था कि आतिक अहमद को अपने बंक से लेकर यहाँ पर आया जाएगा और इसी गाड़ी में, जो गाड़ी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं उसको इस तरह से पोजीशन भी कर दिया है जिससे कि आतिक अहमद सीधे इसी वैन में बैठकर आएंगे
और इसी वैन में बिठाकर उसको प्रयागराज भी लेकर जाया जाएगा। और इस समय हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि बस कुछ ही मिनटों में आतिक अहमद यहाँ से निकलेगा और यहीं से पुलिसकर्मी जो है, यूपी के पुलिसकर्मी, उनको यहाँ से लेकर जाएंगे। जी
Okay, stay with me. We'll take a short break, Priyanka. We'll take a short break. We'll come back with the live coverage. That's a live shot from outside the Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad. Atik Ahmad, one of India's most wanted, will be shifted to UP. Stay tuned. The United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India and the government of India that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free rein. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide and pick a side. They cannot appease Khalistanis on their soil and hope to forge ties with India. They cannot act on every other separatist movement and in fact do everything possible to make sure that the United Kingdom is the center of anti-India activity.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent sir. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट में चढ़ी चुका था sir. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vinson Massif, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massif.
एक बात बताइए ना, इतने माउंटेन्स आपने चढ़े, इतने कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे इंक्लूडिंग एवरेस्ट, सबसे मुश्किल कौन सा था ये बताइए?
सर आई वुड से एवरेस्ट इज ऑलवेज द डिफिकल्ट वन। हालांकि लॉट ऑफ पीपल से सर एवरेस्ट में आजकल हर कोई चढ़ रहा है, बट लेट मी टेल यू सर, एवरेस्ट रिमेन्स एवरेस्ट. Everest is the highest mountain in the world and it will remain so. And I have find Everest to be the most difficult.
Most difficult.
Most difficult sir. Ultimately crevasses उस खुम्बू ग्लेशियर में आपको क्रॉस करने हैं. Ultimately वो लोत्से फेस में जो 70 डिग्री की वॉल है वो आपको चढ़नी है.
डर लगा कभी?
सर आई थिंक डरना भी जरूरी है, बिकॉज डर जब आपको लगता है आप सतर्क रहते हैं.
I wrote Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker, and I will take off from what Vivek said. कि देखिए जो ये विराट विरासत है उसको
यहाँ पर बिठाकर उसको लेकर जाया जाएगा. हम देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से इसको भी पूरा सिक्योर कर दिया गया है. यहाँ पर जो वैन है उस पे पर्दे लगा दिए गए हैं. सारे जो सिक्योरिटी के अरेंजमेंट्स हैं वो जरूर ले दिए गए हैं. जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं वो अंदर होंगे और उसी के साथ साथ जो गनमैन हैं वो अंदर होंगे और उनके पास में कोई भी मोबाइल फोन नहीं होगा. तो ये सारी चीजें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि ये जो सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स हैं वो आतिक अहमद को ध्यान में रखते हुए लिए गए हैं. और जो सारी जो कंट्रोवर्सी हुई है आतिक अहमद के अराउंड उसको भी ध्यान में रखते हुए ये सारे अरेंजमेंट्स यहाँ पर किए गए हैं. और क्योंकि बार बार हमने देखा है जो बयानबाजी होती है उसमें बार बार ये जाता है कि एक सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट हो सकता है आतिक अहमद को, पर उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए ये पूरी तरह से जो 2 सिक्योर वैन्स है उसको लेकर आया गया है. और उसी के अंदर जो यूपी पुलिस के कर्मचारी होंगे, यूपी एसटीएफ के कर्मचारी होंगे, वो सब वहां पर बैठे होंगे, गनमैन वहां पर बैठे होंगे. और उन सबको बोल दिया गया है कि उनका इंटरेक्शन जो है आतिक अहमद के साथ में ज्यादा नहीं होगा. और उनको ऑलरेडी कह दिया गया है उनके जो मोबाइल फोन्स हैं वो सब ले लिए गए हैं. और एक भी जो सिक्योर वैन है उसके अंदर मोबाइल फोन्स अलाउड नहीं होंगे गनमैन की तरफ से जो अंदर बैठे होंगे आतिक अहमद के साथ में. तो ये सारी चीजें जो हैं प्रोटोकॉल के हिसाब से, प्रोसीजर के हिसाब से ली गई हैं. ये सारे प्रिकॉशंस जो हैं वो लिए गए हैं जिससे कि कोई भी सिक्योरिटी लैप्स, इसमें जो 1100 किलोमीटर से भी ज्यादा लंबा जो सफर अब उनको तय करना है, इस 1100 किलोमीटर के सफर में कोई भी सिक्योरिटी लैप्स ना हो, कोई भी सिक्योरिटी के ऊपर सवाल ना उठाए जा सके. और इसीलिए सारे प्रिकॉशंस
जो है हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं कि यूपी पुलिस और एसटीएफ की तरफ से लिए जा रहे हैं। और हम आपको शुरुआत से तस्वीरें बार बार दिखा रहे हैं, सुबह से तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से प्रिपरेशन की गई थी यूपी पुलिस की तरफ से, एसटीएफ की तरफ से और साबरमती जेल की तरफ से। और क्योंकि हमने बताया आपको पहले की कुछ रुकावटें जरूर आई थी, कुछ ग्लिचेस जरूर आए थे, कुछ लीगल इश्यूज जरूर उठाए गए थे और उसी के ऊपर आयन आउट करने के बाद में अब हमें बताया जा रहा है कि आतिक अहमद किसी भी मिनट इस जो दरवाजा हम आपको भी दिखा रहे हैं साबरमती जेल का, उसी दरवाजे से किसी भी मिनट अब यहाँ से निकल सकते हैं। उनको लेकर जाया जाएगा इसी सिक्योर वैन के अंदर और प्रयागराज पहुंचाया जाएगा। जी
So that's a live shot of the Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad, where my colleague Priyanka is reporting live from. Any time now, we're expecting some action there. We'll take another short break. We'll come back with the live coverage. Atik Ahmed, one of India's most wanted mafia don, behind the killing of an eyewitness in another murder case where Atik Ahmed allegedly had a role. That and more coming up. Stay tuned.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent sir. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट तो मैं चढ़ ही चुका था sir. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vincent Marshes, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain because
पाएंगे फ्रेम के अंदर जो यहाँ पर आतिक अहमद को लेकर जाया जाएगा और यूपी पुलिस की तरफ से, जैसा कि हम आपको बता रहे थे, सारे जो सिक्योरिटी है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए आतिक अहमद को पूरी तरह से प्रयागराज पहुंचाया जाएगा, जिससे कि आगे की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन इंटेरोगेशन आतिक अहमद को लेकर हो वो हो पाए। और अभी आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं सारे जो विजुअल्स है, विजुअल्स आपको दिखा रहे हैं। आतिक अहमद को लेकर जाया जा रहा है और सारे जो पुलिसकर्मी है यहाँ पर तैनात है, सारे पुलिसकर्मी यहाँ पर एकदम तैनात है और जिस तरह से जो प्रोसीजर्स है, जो प्रिकॉशंस है, सिक्योरिटी के जो अरेंजमेंट्स हैं वो जरूर किए गए हैं, जिससे कि आगे यूपी पुलिस आगे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन आतिक अहमद को लेकर जरूर कर सके। और हमने देखा है, बार बार देखा है हमने यहाँ पर कि कई सारे जो पॉलिटिकल फिगर्स हैं वो भी यहाँ पर आना चाहते हैं, आतिक अहमद को मिलना चाहते हैं। और कई सारे जो फ्रीडम ऑफ कोर्स जो मिली गई थी आतिक अहमद ने, कई सारे जो केसेस उनके अगेंस्ट लेवल किए गए हैं, जो केसेस में उनको कन्विक्शन मिला गया है, तो ये सारी चीजें अब ध्यान में रखते हुए पुलिस ने भी सारे जो ये हैं प्रिकॉशंस लिए गए हैं। और उसी के साथ साथ आतिक अहमद को कल तक प्रयागराज पहुंचाया जाएगा, क्योंकि लंबा सफर अब उनको तय करना है, पूरा 1100 किलोमीटर से भी ज्यादा अहमदाबाद से प्रयागराज आतिक अहमद को पहुंचाना है और उसको पूरी सुरक्षा के साथ में, पूरी सिक्योरिटी के साथ में, क्योंकि कई सारे जो बयानबाजी है, जो राजनीतिक बयानबाजी है वो भी की जा चुकी है आतिक अहमद को लेके। और उन्होंने ये भी कई सारी जो बयानबाजी है वो ये भी है कि अगर किसी भी गाड़ी में अगर लेकर आना चाहते हैं आतिक अहमद को तो वो गाड़ी पलट भी सकती है। ये सारे बयानबाजी ऑफ कोर्स हमें देखने को मिली है। पर सुबह से जो हमने देखा है, जो सिक्योरिटी हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जो प्रिकॉशंस हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, वो भी एक महत्वपूर्ण चीज है देखने के लिए कि किस तरह से जो सिक्योरिटी लैप्सेस को प्रिवेंट करने के लिए ये सारे जो प्रिकॉशंस है वो जरूर लिए जा रहे हैं, जिससे कि जो गनमैन है उनको बिठाया जा रहा है, जैसे कि उनका फोन लिए जा रहे हैं। और सुबह से हमने देखा था कि थोड़ा बैक एंड फोर्थ जरूर हुआ था लीगल इश्यूज को लेके, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो जेल के एडीजे हैं उन्होंने ये भी कहा था कि उनको सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऑर्डर के बिना, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के परमिशन के बिना हम आपको नहीं दे सकते, यूपी कस्टडी में नहीं सौंप सकते और आपको यहाँ से प्रयागराज लेकर नहीं जाने दे सकते। पर उसी के बाद कई सारी जो बातचीत हुई, कई सारी जो टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस जो सॉर्ट आउट की, उसी के बाद में अब आतिक अहमद को
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
Yes.
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously, sir, I went to Elbrus. That was Russia, sir. That is highest mountain of Europe, sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua. That is the highest mountain of South American continent, sir. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid. That is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट में चढ़ी चुका था। Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vinson Massif. That was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massif.
निकल जाओ जल्दी।
First visuals of Atiq Ahmed. In fact, we just saw him being taken inside that police van. For the first time, his pictures emerging in a few months. And he's been saying all along that he doesn't want to leave jail. Even earlier today, when the Uttar Pradesh police landed up at the Sabarmati jail, he said he didn't want to leave. That's the first shot of him. Atiq Ahmed there on your screen, entering that police van, being rounded up, being taken to Uttar Pradesh. That's the first shot of him. The van moved closer to the entry gates of the jail so that he could get inside, so that the media could... they tried their best to ensure that the media doesn't get close to him or get a shot of him, but that's the picture, the first visual of Atiq Ahmed getting inside the police van. He'll be taken to Uttar Pradesh in a short while from now. He's taken straight there, where he will be produced in a court in 2 days from now. Atiq Ahmed is wanted in several cases. Atiq Ahmed will be produced in a court that is scheduled to pass an order on the 28th of March in a kidnapping case in which he is named accused. Why is the story interesting? It's interesting because Atiq Ahmed has claimed that he would be killed in an encounter. That's what he has said on record. He has said that he fears for his life. He fears he will be killed. And Atiq Ahmed, as we speak, being moved out of the Sabarmati jail. Republic TV, the only channel live as he's moved out. No, the channel even tracking the story for some reason. We've been tracking the story of Atiq Ahmed straight up. He's been moved right now as we speak. And Atiq Ahmed has been at the Sabarmati jail since June 2019 after the Supreme Court in April last year directed that the former MP from Phulpur, Uttar Pradesh be shifted to a high security jail in Gujarat after he was accused of orchestrating the kidnapping and assault of a real estate businessman, Mohit Jaiswal, while in jail. He's named in more than 100 criminal cases, including the recent Umesh Pal murder case. He's being moved as we speak. That's the first shot of him being taken inside the police van and in all probability moved to Uttar Pradesh.
सुरक्षा का इंतजाम बड़ा चैलेंजिंग रहेगा यहाँ से कैसे ले जा सकते हैं सर? बड़ा चैलेंजिंग रहेगा यूपी पुलिस के लिए सुरक्षा। और सर ये 2006 का मामला है।
सर किस तरह की सर रास्ते में कोई अनहोनी ना हो, इस तरह इसके लिए क्या तैयारी है? गुजरात पुलिस की बॉर्डर तक गुजरात पुलिस की हेल्प ली जाएगी कि नहीं ली जाएगी? कहाँ तक गुजरात पुलिस की कहाँ तक मदद ली जाएगी? कहाँ है सर जी कितने
And the UP police team there just waiting to leave with the entire entourage, the convoy there, the police vans beginning to move, carrying Atiq Ahmed with them, and they will start moving towards Uttar Pradesh. Okay, those are live pictures. Let's see if we have a live commentary from Priyanka, my colleague. We'll go across to her. Several police vans there beginning to leave from the location there at the Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad. Atiq Ahmed is being moved to Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh. He will be produced in court in 2 days from now. It's perhaps one of the first times that he will be taken to Uttar Pradesh since 2019 when he was brought to Gujarat's Sabarmati jail. And those are live pictures coming in. The entire media contingent there waiting to get a shot of Atiq Ahmed, and that's him being moved out as we speak. Those are live shots of him being moved out. Police vans leaving the Sabarmati jail carrying Atiq Ahmed with them. We'll take a short break. Back with the live coverage. Stay tuned.
एक बात बताइए ना, इतने माउंटेन्स आपने चढ़े, इतने कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे इंक्लूडिंग एवरेस्ट, सबसे मुश्किल कौन सा था ये बताइए?
सर, आई वुड से एवरेस्ट इज ऑलवेज द डिफिकल्ट वन. हालांकि लॉट ऑफ पीपल से एवरेस्ट में आजकल हर कोई चढ़ रहा है, बट लेट मी टेल यू सर, एवरेस्ट रिमेन्स एवरेस्ट. Everest is the highest mountain in the world and it will remain so. And I have find Everest to be the most difficult.
Most difficult.
Most difficult. Sir. Ultimately crevasses उस खुम्बू ग्लेशियर में आपको क्रॉस करने हैं. Ultimately वो लोत्से फेस में जो 70 डिग्री की वॉल है वो आपको चढ़नी है.
डर लगा कभी?
सर, आई थिंक डरना भी जरूरी है, बिकॉज डर जब आपको लगता है आप सतर्क रहते हैं.
I wrote Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker, and I will take off from what Vivek said. कि देखिए जो ये विराट विरासत है उसको समझने के लिए जो ऊपरी तय है उसके नीचे जाना बड़ा जरूरी है.
What is there to say about the Puranas? Oh, we know about the Puranas because we watched Purana stories on television. We have read, no, you don't read it anymore, but once upon a time we have read Amar Chitra Katha. All of that is Puranas for dummies.
There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffered together. You think in that backdrop, post that, there is coming together of the two governments and the people to make sure that incidents like that do not happen again?
No doubt. I think that challenges, fears of people are pushing them to work together, and I think that the mutual concern of terrorism, especially when in Mumbai they also went after Jewish community, Israelis, of course in the Chabad house. So I think that our cooperation is also based a lot on counter-terrorism.
कर्नल जमाल, एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहां पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए?
बिल्कुल सर.
आपका
And those are live shots coming in fact, of the convoy with carrying Atiq Ahmed moving from Sabarmati jail. There's a live shot of the cars moving as well. The UP police team, those are live pictures of the UP police team at the Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad. They've just been able to move out Atiq Ahmed, one of the most wanted in Uttar Pradesh, mafia don turned politician, someone who has been a parliamentarian himself, faces hundreds of cases, and he's being moved from Ahmedabad back to Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh as we speak. We just saw pictures of him being moved out of the jail, brought out of the Ahmedabad jail, Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad, brought out of that small gate there. You see the media was cleared out, and immediately he was taken inside. Taken inside that van, which is now on the move. That van carrying Atiq Ahmed is on the move towards Uttar Pradesh, where he will be produced in a court. He will be produced before a court that is scheduled to pass an order day after tomorrow. This is the 28th of March, in a case of kidnapping in which Atiq Ahmed is an accused. Those are shots of him being moved out. We'll take a short break. Back with a live report from the location. Stay tuned.
I wrote Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker, and I will take off from what Vivek said. कि देखिए जो ये विराट विरासत है उसको समझने के लिए जो ऊपरी तय है उसके नीचे जाना बड़ा जरूरी है.
What is there to say about the Puranas? Oh, we know about the Puranas because we watched Purana stories on television. We have read, no, you don't read it anymore, but once upon a time we have read Amar Chitra Katha. All of that is Puranas for dummies.
There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffered together. You think in that backdrop, post that, there is coming together of the two governments and the people to make sure that incidents like that do not happen again?
No doubt. I think that the challenges, fears of people are pushing them to work together, and I think that the mutual concern of terrorism, especially when in Mumbai they also went after Jewish community, Israelis, of course, in the Chabad house. So I think that our cooperation is also based a lot on counter-terrorism.
कर्नल जमाल एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहाँ पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए।
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना।
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया, तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, बाद में चढ़ लेंगे। सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में when we went, earthquake happened. Then we changed our things to the rescue team, and we were there in Everest base camp for around 15 days. हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे। हमने फिर वो सारी चीजें, पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे, उनके लिए खोल दिया है। क्लाइंबिंग से ज्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला, और वो एक शायद हमारा
Once again, going back to those pictures coming in from Sabarmati jail. In fact, convoy, the Uttar Pradesh police convoy carrying Atiq Ahmed is on the move, and that's a live shot of the convoy that's on the move from Ahmedabad to Gujarat, where Atiq Ahmed, facing several cases, will now be taken. In fact, earlier he was refusing to leave jail, saying that he doesn't feel safe. He also claimed that he could be killed in an encounter, and he had refused to leave jail and had activated his legal team, and there's been a big political fight over him as well. Those are live pictures of Atiq Ahmed. Atiq Ahmed being moved. He's on the road right now, will be taken. It will take a few hours. He won't reach Prayagraj until tomorrow. He will be produced in court the day after tomorrow. And as we stay with those pictures, we'll take a short break, and my colleague Abhishek will be back with a live coverage. When we come back, stay tuned.
There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffered together. You think in that backdrop, post that, there is coming together of the two governments and the people to make sure that incidents like that do not happen again?
No doubt. I think that the challenges, fears of people are pushing them to work together, and I think that the mutual concern of terrorism, especially when in Mumbai they also went after Jewish community, Israelis, of course, in the Chabad house. So I think that our cooperation is also based a lot on counter-terrorism.
कर्नल जमाल एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहाँ पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए।
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना।
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया, तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, बाद में चढ़ लेंगे। सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में when we went, earthquake happened. Then we changed our things to the rescue team, and we were there in Everest base camp for around 15 days. हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे। हमने फिर वो सारी चीजें, पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे, उनके लिए खोल दिया है। क्लाइंबिंग से ज्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला, और वो एक शायद हमारा टाइम था जब हमने एवरेस्ट को, या एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप में हमने वो वापस दिया है पहाड़ को।
The opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is a known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come 5-star hotels. They go backpackers, they want to live, they go to Vipassana, and they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians. 30, 40 years, Israelis have been doing it. Now it's the second generation. I see the parents here coming and bringing their teenager children to show them their experience from India when they were after military service.
1,000 workers of the Congress party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Kalpata in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There is a lot of workers who have gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of
बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं।
In complete denial, Vadra Congress stages Satyagraha. In fighting within the party over Rahul disqualification erupts.
और जगदीश टाइटलर वो प्रथम पंक्ति में बैठे हैं। ये दिखाता है कि किस प्रकार से सिख समुदाय के घावों पर भी किस प्रकार से नमक और एसिड रगड़ने का काम बार बार किया जा रहा है।
Political storm is riot tainted. Titler attends Vadra Congress Satyagraha. BJP hits out. Yogi takes on Vadra Congress in an unrelenting attack. Says Congress can't take moral high ground. Mumbai government scraps
और 2% हमने वीर शैव और लिंगायत को देने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
Mumbai government scraps 4% Muslim quota. Shah Lord's move slams Congress for appeasement politics. A Yogi cops land in Ahmedabad seeking Atiq Ahmed custody. Akhilesh raises Gaadi palat sakti hai remark. And days after London provocation, Khalistanis go on a rampage, attack journalist in Washington, D.C. Very good evening, friends. This is 6 p.m. This is exclusive. And we are getting pictures live from Ahmedabad where the Uttar Pradesh police reached Sabarmati jail to pick up Atiq Ahmed, who's now the key accused, in fact, in the Umesh Pal murder case. He was lodged in Sabarmati jail in connection with another conviction, and he's now being moved from there and being brought to Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh as Yogi cops tighten the noose in connection with the Umesh Pal murder probe. Remember, Atiq Ahmed, his son, and many others, or accomplices of the Atiq Ahmed gang, in fact, part of the Atiq Ahmed gang are all accused, many of them arrested, many on the run, including Atiq Ahmed's son. His brother Ashraf also is an accused, and he is being brought to Prayagraj, who's lodged in Bareilly jail in Uttar Pradesh itself. Atiq, of course, was in Gujarat in Ahmedabad Sabarmati prison, and now in the pictures you can see he was brought out, of course, trying to give a spin suggesting that he could be killed. But then, as of now, the UP police bringing him to produce him before a court, seek his custody, obviously to question him in connection with the Umesh Pal murder case. Umesh Pal was in fact an eyewitness in the Raju Pal murder of 2005-2006, and he was killed in broad daylight, and the murder captured on camera. Priyanka Sharma our Ahmedabad correspondent, in fact, is
साथ में नहीं जा पा रहे हैं। अभी भी हम काफिला जो है लोकेट करने की कोशिश जरूर कर रहे हैं, समझने के लिए कि किस तरफ से आतिक अहमद को लेकर जाया जा रहा है। तो इलाकों में है रिवर फ्रंट की तरफ से
यूपी पुलिस और एसटीएफ आतिक अहमद को यहाँ से लेकर जाएगी। पर अब हमें जो बताया जा रहा था कि दो रूट है, दोनों में से किसी एक रूट से यूपी पुलिस और एसटीएफ आतिक अहमद को लेकर जा सकते हैं। एक था चित्तौड़गढ़ का रूट और दूसरा था भोपाल का रूट, जो दोनों रूट में से किसी एक में से लेकर जाया जाएगा आतिक अहमद को। और इस समय
किसी एक में से लेकर जाया जाएगा आतिक अहमद को, और इस समय कुछ ही मिनटों में ये एक अपडेट जरूर मिल जाएगा कि किस रूट से लेकर जाया जाएगा, क्योंकि जो सिक्योरिटी है उसकी अगर हम बात करें तो वो बिल्कुल कड़क रखी जा रही है। वो जरूर एकदम ऐसी रखी जा रही है कि जिससे कोई भी एक्सेस ना ले पाए आतिक अहमद से, कोई भी उसको देख ना पाए, कोई भी उसको अप्रोच ना कर पाए, कोई बातचीत नहीं हो पाएगी पुलिस कर्मियों की आतिक अहमद के साथ में। तो ये सारी चीजें जरूर ध्यान में रखी गई हैं। ध्यान में रखते हुए जो यूपी पुलिस का काफिला था, जो हम बार बार जैसे हम इस गाड़ी में उनका फॉलो कर रहे थे, उन्होंने हमको रोका और उन्होंने बाकायदा जो ट्रैफिक पुलिस है उसकी मदद लेके ब्लॉकेजेस करने के बाद में वो यहाँ से निकले हैं, जिससे कि कोई भी मीडिया कर्मी उनको फॉलो ना कर पाए। तो सिक्योर वापस लौट रहे हैं प्रियंका आपके पास, यानी
All right, that was Priyanka Sharma, and she's of course trailing the convoy of UP police, a posse of 45 cops having gone from Uttar Pradesh to carry Atiq Ahmed back to Prayagraj and to produce him before a court so that he can be questioned. Of course, a custodial interrogation would be sought, as they say, remand would be sought. Then before that, Atiq Ahmed, who was lodged in Sabarmati prison in connection with another conviction, is being brought to Prayagraj now by road. It's a 24-hour journey, and all the cops there surrounding Atiq Ahmed and bringing him. Of the 45 police officers, 2 are senior IPS officers. In fact, an SP rank officer leading the convoy and bringing Atiq Ahmed back to Uttar Pradesh, to Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh from Ahmedabad. They would get out of Ahmedabad and move east and via Godhra, Panchmahal and Dahod. They would be entering Madhya Pradesh, moving onwards to Ujjain, Indore, then take north and cross the entire Madhya Pradesh state and enter Uttar Pradesh, possibly in Bundelkhand. And from there they would head straight to Prayagraj, which is again to the east. The distance of about 1500 kilometers to be covered over the next 24 hours by road. And Mafia Don Atiq Ahmed, suspect in the Umesh Pal murder case, being brought to Uttar Pradesh from Gujarat. The police, the UP police in fact, led by IPS officer Abhishek Bharti, had reached the Sabarmati jail premises at around noon today, and with all the formalities of taking a transit remand, he has been taken out of the jail now. As it happens, if a prisoner or a suspect or an accused is to be brought from one state to another, a transit remand is required, which it seems the police have taken, and now they are coming out of the Sabarmati jail and crossing the city of Ahmedabad before they take the highway and bring Atiq Ahmed to Uttar Pradesh and Prayagraj, where the Prayagraj police would pick up investigation. And obviously Atiq is being brought because he needs to be questioned, for which of course his remand would have to be taken from a court in Prayagraj. And the way arrangements have been made of the posse of 45 policemen, only the senior officers, 2 IPS officers and 3 other senior officers of the rank of inspector and 2 DSPs and 1 inspector, only they are
तो उन्होंने उमेश पाल को खो दिया, परिवार ने उमेश पाल को खो दिया और जो अपराधी है उसको अब लाया जा रहा है प्रयागराज में एक बार फिर से कोर्ट के सामने पेश होने के लिए। तो उनको इस बात की आस है कि क्या इस बार उनको इंसाफ मिलेगा, अपहरण मामले में ही सही बल्कि हालांकि पुलिस पूछताछ करेगी अपहरण से लेकर हत्याकांड को लेकर के भी। इस बीच बड़ी बात यहां पर यह भी है कि ये प्रयागराज जो पृष्ठभूमि रहा है अतीक के लिए उसके अपराध का, उसी यूपी में आने से डर रहा है अतीक आज, तो बहुत बड़ी बात है अपने आप में न्याय को लेकर के भी। हालांकि ये बात और है कि जब अतीक को लाया जाएगा तो पहले कहा जा रहा है कि पुलिस लाइन ले जाया जाएगा, पुलिस लाइन में मेडिकल करवाने के बाद नैनी जेल ले जाया जाएगा। नैनी में इसके लिए बैरक खाली करवा दिया गया, पुलिस की ड्यूटी लगा दी गई, सीसीटीवी कैमरे दुरुस्त कर लिए गए हैं, एक मॉक ड्रिल कर लिया गया है अतीक को लेकर के, रखने को लेकर के। तो यहाँ पे तैयारी दुरुस्त है। बेशक अभी 20 घंटे का समय और लगेगा अतीक को यहाँ पर लाने के लिए। 28 तारीख को उसकी पेशी होनी है, पेशी के बाद बहुत सारी बातें साफ हो जाएंगी। इसी के बीच जो उसका भाई अशरफ बरेली जेल से उसको भी लाया जा रहा है, बेशक आमने सामने बिठा के पूछताछ की जाएगी, क्रॉस वेरिफिकेशन करवाया जाएगा सवालों को लेकर के और मर्डर की स्क्रिप्ट को लेकर के। तो बहुत सारी बातें अभी और साफ होनी बाकी है। फिलहाल सफर पर है यूपी के अतीक और इस सफर पर अतीक के जहन में बहुत सारी बातें सामने आ भी रही हैं। वो बाहर निकल के कहता है
और बाहर आके जो उसके दिल में था वो बाहर आके जैसे ही जेल से बाहर लाके गाड़ी में बैठाने की तैयारी थी, अतीक अहमद ने ये बता दिया कि किस बात का डर है अतीक अहमद को। और समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता जिस तरीके से लगातार सृष्टि बयान दे रहे हैं उससे एक बात तो साफ है कि अभी भी समाजवादी पार्टी के नेताओं के मन में ऐसे माफियाओं के लिए प्यार अभी भी है, उनके लिए सहानुभूति अभी भी है।
बिल्कुल अनामिका, जैसा आपने कहा और आपको याद होगा कि समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार में किस तरीके से अतीक अहमद की तूती बोला करती थी पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में। और जैसा आपने कहा कि उन लोगों को जरूर इंतजार होगा जिन्होंने अतीक अहमद का जुल्म सहा है, और यही वो सरकारें थी। जो काम आज इस सरकार में हो रहा है ये उस समय भी हो सकता था, लेकिन ये वही सरकारें हैं जिन्होंने पूरा संरक्षण ऐसे गुंडों को, ऐसे माफियाओं को दिया जिन्होंने न जाने कितने कत्ल किए, कितने अपहरण किए, गन पॉइंट पर लोगों को उठाकर ले गए। और
All right. That was a feed coming in from our sister Hindi channel Republic Bharat, and there is a team tracking from Bharat as well. And now I am told we can go back to Priyanka. There was some audio issue there which has been fixed. Priyanka, over to you if you are getting me. Has transit remand been taken for Ateek Ahmed, and after that only he is being taken out, or as of now we are heading, you are actually trailing him, the convoy of UP police, and they are going to an Ahmedabad court, will take transit remand and then move to the highway and move towards Uttar Pradesh, or they have already taken transit remand and he is already onto the highway?
Well, that's exactly what we're trying to track, Abhishek, because what we were being given to understand by the UP police and the STF is that they're going to be directly taking from the Sabarmati jail to the highway and then going towards Prayagraj and starting this journey of 1100 kilometers plus towards Prayagraj. And there were two routes that were also being discussed, whether he will be taken via the Rajasthan route or the Madhya Pradesh route, and that was also information that was not being divulged by the UP police because they're not really divulging too much information about how Ateek Ahmed is going to be taken to Prayagraj, is already being taken to Prayagraj. But as of now, as you pointed out, there were of course a lot of questions about the legal issues of which the glitches that had also come up when there were the ADG in fact of the Sabarmati jail that had stated that there needs to be a permission from the Supreme Court for him to be taken along with the UP police and the STF. But that being said, we had in fact been trailing this entire convoy of Ateek Ahmed, and we had been following them right from the Sabarmati jail, but we had also seen that because of the blockages and the stopping points that had been created by the Gujarat traffic police as well, we were stopped from following the entire convoy in which Ateek Ahmed was being taken along with the various gunmen and senior police officials of the UP police and the STF who had in fact carried out this entire coordination with the Gujarat police in the Sabarmati jail so that the procedure and the formalities can be carried out for Ateek Ahmed to be transferred then to Prayagraj. And of course we had seen the precautions and the security measures that had been taken by the UP police and the STF when they had arrived at the Sabarmati jail. There were two secure vans that had been brought and via the route of Chittorgarh to Sabarmati jail overnight when the UP police in fact had reached here at around 11 a.m. in the morning inside of the Sabarmati jail, and they had also stated that it is not important that they might take Atiq Ahmed from the same route that they have arrived from as well. So they're not really divulging too much information, but we have of course been on the ground. We've been tracking the story. We are in fact trying to follow the convoy as well to determine where exactly he will be taken from and and whether or not there will be any stoppages along the way towards Prayagraj or not. But as of now, the information that we have received, Abhishek, is that directly, as you asked the question, that Atiq Ahmed has been taken from Sabarmati jail and is also going to be touching the highway, and that is the route that we are following. We're trying to get the visuals of Atiq Ahmed in that convoy as well, along with the gunmen who are going to be placed in that secure van, who are also not allowed to speak to Atiq Ahmed, whose mobile phones had also been taken by the senior officials as per the protocol. So all of those security arrangements and measures have been taken by the UP police, by the UP STF, to make sure that there are no lapses for security as far as security is concerned of Atiq Ahmed, Abhishek, because we have seen the kind of controversies surrounding Atiq Ahmed and the political statements and counter statements that have also been made around Atiq Ahmed, and of course the references that have been made to Vikas Dubey as well. Akhilesh Yadav himself in fact had also made those statements earlier in the day, that we had seen why UP police is taking Atiq Ahmed by road and why not by a flight. So all of these things we have seen, but we have also seen firsthand the arrangements that have been made, the security arrangements that are being made by the UP police, and the protocols that are strictly being followed by the senior authorities of the UP police and the STF, who are in fact taking Atiq Ahmed as of now, as we speak, to Prayagraj via the highway route. And the route we will just be able to determine for our viewers in a few minutes from now, when we get some confirmation as to which route they have in fact taken. Abhishek, back to you.
Priyanka, you seem to be suggesting that the transit remand papers are in order and that the UP police actually did its homework and produced those papers before the Sabarmati jail authorities, and that he is now actually headed out of Ahmedabad onto the highway towards Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh via Madhya Pradesh possibly. Priyanka, what kind of security arrangements have been provided by the Gujarat police when this convoy is moving out of Ahmedabad?
Well, as of now, what we had been given to understand is that there were not too many cars of the of the Gujarat police as well that had been going along with the convoy, but there was a route that had been made to make sure that there is nobody following the convoy as well. That is what we had seen, because we had tried to follow the convoy right outside of the Sabarmati jail as well, and we had been stopped by the traffic cops as well, because they had been trying to create less and less traffic behind the convoy, so that not too many people in fact also go on the same route along with the convoy as well. So those were the extent of which security measures we have taken, because we have seen being made by the Gujarat police. But as of now, as you pointed out, that he's also being taken to Prayagraj, and he will be going towards that route possibly via Madhya Pradesh, as you pointed out. So all of those things will be determined in a few minutes from now. But as of now, it seems as though not much of the security measures that needed to be made by the Gujarat police, except for clearing the route and stopping some of the media personnel as well from following that particular convoy as well, Abhishek.
Well, stopping media is one thing, but obviously it's not for the UP police to answer. But then there is a controversy, Priyanka, about the comments that have been made by Akhilesh Yadav about the possibility of Atiq Ahmed's life under threat. And then Atiq Ahmed himself, in fact, when he came out of the jail, we heard that soundbite, Priyanka, where he said that his life is under threat. Have you had any word with the UP policemen who were accompanying, who were there present, taking custody of Atiq Ahmed, as to what security arrangements they have made to make sure that Atiq Ahmed reaches Prayagraj and is produced before the court?
Abhishek, from what I gather from issue as well, because we're chasing the convoy right now. But जिस तरह से जो सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स की आपने बात की, सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स जरूर ध्यान में रखे गए थे यूपी पुलिस की तरफ से। जैसा कि हमने बताया, जो सिक्योरिटी वैन थी, जो 2 सिक्योर वैन थी, उसके अंदर 6 गनमैन जरूर हमने देखे थे, उनको तैनात किया गया था। और उसी के साथ साथ जो बोलेरो गाड़ी है, जिसमें जो सीनियर अथॉरिटीज है, जो सीनियर ऑफिशियल्स है यूपी पुलिस के, वो साथ में जा रहे हैं पूरे काफिले के साथ में, 2 सिक्योर वैन्स के साथ में, और उसी गाड़ी के अंदर जो पुलिसकर्मी है वो ही खाली कोऑर्डिनेट करेंगे लोकेशन को लेके और कहाँ काफिला पहुंचा है वो सारी चीजों को लेके, और यूपी पुलिस के साथ में ये लगातार कोऑर्डिनेशन जारी रहेगा। ये सारी चीजें हमें बताई गई थी यूपी पुलिस की तरफ से, और उन्होंने ये भी कहा था कि किस तरह से जो जैसा कि आपने कहा कि बयानबाजी जरूर की जा रही है, और उसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए ये सारे जो सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स हैं ये भी हमें पता चलता है कि उसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए किए जा रहे हैं। जैसा कि हम बता रहे थे कि जो बयानबाजी की अगर हम बात करें, जो गाड़ी पलटने की जो बात बार बार की जा रही है, उसी गाड़ी के सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स भी हमने आपको दिखाए हैं कि किस तरह से गनमैन है उनको वहां पर तैनात किया गया है, किस तरह से बुलेट प्रूफ ग्लासेस जो है उसका पूरा अरेंजमेंट किया गया है, किस तरह से जो 2 सिक्योर वैन्स है उसको तैनात किया गया है, और उसी के साथ साथ एक्स्ट्रा 6 गनमैन है उनको साथ में पूरे काफिले के साथ में लेकर जाया जा रहा है। और उसी के साथ जो सीनियर अधिकारी है, जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि जो सीनियर अधिकारी है खाली वो एक कोऑर्डिनेशन करेंगे यूपी पुलिस के साथ में, जिससे कि जो लोकेशन है उसका मिनट टू मिनट अपडेट जो है जो कंट्रोल रूम को जरूर मिलता रहे, जिससे कि जो सीनियर अधिकारी हैं उन तक भी सारी जानकारी पहुंचती रहे, क्योंकि ये सारी जो कोऑर्डिनेशन है सीनियर अधिकारी के साथ में वो जरूर यूपी पुलिस की तरफ से हमें देखने को मिल रही थी कि वो की जा रही थी। क्योंकि एक कहीं ना कहीं एक ग्लिम्स जरूर आया था जब एडीजी ने यहाँ के जो गुजरात एडीजी है उन्होंने कहा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की रिटन परमिशन जरूर चाहिए होगी आतिक अहमद को लेकर जाने के लिए, क्योंकि पेपर वर्क में कुछ ना कुछ खामियां हैं। ये सारी चीजें हमें जरूर देखने को मिल रही थी, पर ये चीजों को भी ध्यान में रखते हुए क्योंकि सिक्योरिटी बीफअप किया गया है जो आतिक अहमद को लेकर जाया जाएगा, 2 सिक्योर वैन तैनात, उसके साथ सीनियर अधिकारी जो है वो भी मौजूद रहेंगे। तो ये सारी चीजें जो सिक्योरिटी है उसको बिल्कुल ध्यान में रखा गया है, जिससे कि कम्युनिकेशन में भी कोई इशू ना हो, जो लगातार जो लोकेशन है उसकी अपडेट जरूर मिलती रहे। और जिस तरह से हमने देखा कि किस तरह से कई सारे जो मीडिया कर्मी है वो भी फॉलो कर रहे थे, पर हम सबको रोक दिया गया, हम सबको बोल दिया गया कि फॉलो नहीं किया जाएगा, और किस तरह से कोई भी जो एक्सेस है आतिक अहमद को नहीं मिलनी चाहिए। हालांकि जो 6 जो गनमैन रहेंगे उन्हीं के साथ में जो सिक्योर वैन के अंदर बैठ के 6 गनमैन रहेंगे, उन सबके एक जो फोन थे वो सारे ले लिए गए हैं, और उनको ये भी कह दिया गया है कि कोई भी इंटरैक्शन आतिक अहमद के साथ में नहीं किया जाएगा। और जो 2 ड्राइवर्स है उनको भी तैनात कर दिया गया है हर सिक्योर वैन में। जो 2 सिक्योर वैन है उसमें 2 ड्राइवर्स भी हैं, जिससे कि शिफ्ट में वो ड्राइव कर सके, और अगर कोई ऐसी कोई घटना बनती है कि उनको लगातार प्रयागराज में ही जाके स्टॉप लेना हो तो वो भी किया जा सकता है। इनफैक्ट हमें थोड़ा अपडेट भी जरूर मिल रहा था अभिषेक, अगर हम बताना चाहेंगे हमारे
दर्शकों को कि किस तरह से आतिक अहमद को अब हमें पहले बताया जा रहा था कि हिम्मतनगर के रूट से लेकर जाया जाएगा, पर गुजरात में ही अभी चिलोड़ा की तरफ से आतिक अहमद को लेकर जाया जा चुका है। हमें अभी जानकारी मिली है जो काफिला है वहां पे चिलोड़ा की तरफ पहुंच चुका है। हम भी बस उसी के आसपास पहुंचने जा रहे हैं। हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखा पाएंगे कि किस तरह से आतिक अहमद को पूरे सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स के साथ में 2 सिक्योर वैन्स में सीनियर अधिकारियों के साथ में लेकर जाया जा रहा है। जी
प्रियंका, बिकॉज यू मेंशन चिलोड़ा, विच मीन्स के अतीक अहमद को उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस ऑलरेडी अहमदाबाद के बाहर ले जा चुकी है, और उत्तर गुजरात, नॉर्थ गुजरात से होते हुए वो शायद राजस्थान या मध्य प्रदेश के रास्ते उत्तर प्रदेश प्रयागराज पहुंचेंगे। कैन यू टेल अस बोथ इन इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी, for the benefit of our Hindi viewers as well, Priyanka, the kind of security arrangements that are part of the convoy, is Atik Ahmed in a bulletproof car or is he in a regular police van? What kind of arrangements of security are there around that car in which Atik Ahmed is there? How many policemen in the van or in the car? And whether they are armed, not armed, and how big is the convoy? Which cars are there? And how many cars are there to take or bring Atik Ahmed from Ahmedabad to Prayagraj?
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. Let's break it down for our viewers because, as I mentioned, there are 3 cars that are involved in this entire convoy. 2 are the secure vans, and one of them, and 2 of them, in fact, have the bulletproof windshields. But apart from that, there are also some diversions also created, and also some curtains that have been put up on the windows of these secure vans. And we are being told that at least 6 gunmen in each of these secure vans are going to be present along with Atik Ahmed.
Now, in one of the vans, Atiq Ahmed is going to be placed right behind the Bolero, in which the senior level officials are going to be seated and they are going to be leading the convoy. And right behind the first secure van is going to be the second one, in which there are additional 6 gunmen and 2 drivers that have been placed. And there are 2 drivers for the benefit of if there is a situation like this that they have to continuously keep driving, it can be made possible as well. And whether or not if there are some kind of lapses in the security, it can be made sure that the convoy does not need to stop anywhere because of a human error, and that is why 2 drivers have also been placed there. Apart from that, of course, as I mentioned, that there are at least 12 gunmen, 6 in each of the secure vans who are already placed there. And as I had mentioned earlier as well, that the protocols that have been already told to them is to have absolutely no interaction with Atiq Ahmed himself, and their phones, in fact, right in front of us had also been taken by the senior level officials. All of their phones are kept in that Bolero with the senior level officials, so there is no outside communication by the gunmen, by the police authorities when they are with Atiq Ahmed.
कर्नल जमाल, एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहां पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए?
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना?
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, बाद में चढ़ लेंगे, सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में when we went earthquake happened, then we changed our things to the rescue team and we were there in Everest base camp for around 15 days. हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे। हमने फिर वो सारी चीजें, पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे, उनके लिए खोल दिया। क्लाइंबिंग से ज्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला, और वो एक शायद हमारा टाइम था जब हमने एवरेस्ट को या एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप में हमने वो वापस दिया है पहाड़ को।
The opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is a known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come 5-star hotels. They go backpackers, they want to live, they go to Vipassana, and they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians. 30, 40 years, Israelis have been doing it. Now it's the second generation. I see the parents here coming and bringing their teenager children to show them their experience from India when they were after military service.
1,000 workers of the Congress party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Kalpata in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There are a lot of workers who have gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening right now.
The United Kingdom is allowing terrorist groups to target India to run full corporate type offices on British soil. This is payback time. Last week in the UK there were celebrations when it was reported that the economy might grow by 0.4%. If we give the British access to the Indian market by signing the free trade agreement with them, then their GDP will go up by 0.25% additionally. This is huge. Britain cannot be allowed to lecture us on fake liberalism and continue to justify terrorism as dissent. I say I disagree with the way in which Britain is continuing to hurt India's national interest repeatedly. This is the time that we finally and completely realign the relationship to let the British know where the power balance will rest. The United Kingdom is official.
All right, on to some breaking news development from the world of sports, and India being made proud by its boxers. Nikhat becomes just second Indian woman after MC Mary Kom to win successive boxing world championship titles. She has defeated two-time Asian champion Nguyen Thi Tam of Vietnam in the final to create history.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is a known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come 5-star hotels. They go backpackers, they want to live, they go to Vipassana, and they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians. 30, 40 years, Israelis have been doing it. Now it's a second generation. I see the parents here coming and bringing their teenager children to show them their experience from India when they were after military service.
1,000 workers of the Congress party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Calcutta in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The Youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There is a lot of workers who have gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening right now.
The United Kingdom is allowing terrorist groups to target India to run full corporate type offices on British soil. This is payback time. Last week in the UK there were celebrations when it was reported that the economy might grow by 0.4%. If we give the British access to the Indian market by signing the free trade agreement with them, then their GDP will go up by 0.25% additionally. This is huge. Britain cannot be allowed to lecture us on fake liberalism and continue to justify terrorism as dissent. I say I disagree with the way in which Britain is continuing to hurt India's national interest repeatedly. This is the time that we finally and completely realign the relationship to let the British know where the power balance will rest. The United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India, the government of India, that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalid.
बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं।
In complete denial, Vadra Congress stages Satyagraha in fighting within party over Rahul disqualification also surfaced.
और जगदीश टाइटलर वो प्रथम पंक्ति में बैठे हैं। ये दिखाता है कि किस प्रकार से सिख समुदाय के घावों पर भी किस प्रकार से नमक और एसिड रगड़ने का काम बार बार किया जा रहा है।
Political storm as riot-tainted Tytler attends Vadra Congress Satyagraha. BJP hits out.
यह व्यक्ति के यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है कि व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है। कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करे।
Yogi takes on Vadra Congress in an unrelenting attack, says Congress can't take moral high ground.
2% वोकली का और 2% हमने वीर शैव और लिंगायत को देने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
Bombay government scraps 4% Muslim quota. Shah launched the move, claims Congress for appeasement politics.
उनको पहले मुख्यमंत्री जी ने फोन करके बता दिया होगा कि इस जगह पर गाड़ी पलटा देंगे।
Yogi cops land in Ahmedabad seeking Atiq Ahmed custody. Akhilesh raises gaadi palat sakti hai comment.
Taking out.
And days after London provocation, Khalistanis go on a rampage, attack journalist in Washington DC. Connect with Zenith. Welcome back, friends. Nikat Zareen has done India proud, becoming just second Indian woman after MC Mary Kom to win successive boxing world championship titles. She has defeated two-time Asian champion Nguyen Phi Tam of Vietnam in the final to create history. She achieved this earlier in the day. Remember, world championships are going on, and India has already netted a couple of medals. But this one for Nikat Zareen, a special one because she bags the gold for India, becoming second only after MC Mary Kom to be achieving this sporting feat. And remember, Nikat Zareen originally hails from Kashmir, and we have this sporting achievement coming in as the World Championships go on. He registered a 5-0 victory in the final in the 50 kg category at the Indira Gandhi Sports Complex, New Delhi. And this is her second consecutive title and becomes the second only woman, as we mentioned, after MC Mary Kom to bag more than one world title. So, we are expecting, I'm told Niranjan joins us, even as we are expecting another medal possibility in the 75 kg category of Lavlina Borgohain. She's eyeing her final match. Niranjan, over to you. The significance of this feat of Nikat Zareen. As I said, we look forward to the possibility of Lavlina Borgohain also getting into the medal race final in a few hours from now. All right, I think there is some issue with the audio. We'll fix that with Niranjan. Essentially, on Saturday we saw Indian pugilists Neetu Gangas and Saviti Bura winning their respective golds in 48 kg and 81 kg categories. And so the medal haul for India continues as the World Championships play out in New Delhi. I can go to Niranjan now. I am told, Niranjan, the medal haul looks really impressive, and Indian women pugilists doing us proud.
For everyone who watched that game, it came down to the wire. But she's beaten her Vietnamese counterpart 5-0. This is historic because she has defended, not just defended the World Championship and has won another gold, but she has equaled Mary Kom's record. Nikat Zareen is poised for history. In fact, I think we have another former champion joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, you can go across to him. The moment you have him on the phone line, I think we have more responses coming in to this medal-winning record. It's our third gold medal here. And we have on the phone line Manoj Kumar. Manoj Kumar is a boxing champion. Manoj Kumar ji, meri awaaz aa rahi hai? Abhishek, you can take the question with Manoj ji as well as we get you more details.
All right, मनोज कुमार जी, आपको अगर मेरी आवाज आ रही है स्टूडियो से, तो ये इतना बड़ा अचीवमेंट निखत जरीन का, और हमने कल देखा किस तरह से हमारी जो नीतू गणगास हैं, सविति बोरा हैं, और अभी एक लवलीना बोरगोहेन का भी होने की संभावना है शाम को फाइनल, जिसमें उनके मेडल मिलने के चांसेस हैं। तो हमारी जो महिला बॉक्सर्स हैं बहुत मेडल टैली और ग्लोरी लेके आ रही हैं भारत के लिए।
हमारे लिए बिल्कुल गर्व की बात है और स्पेशली मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि जैसे नीतू गणगत, स्वीटी बुरा और हमारी निखित जरीन ने दोबारा फिर गोल्ड पर निशाना लगाया और परचम लहराया देश का। और अभी लवलीना से भी हमें गोल्ड की उम्मीद है। तो अभी इंतजार में है सब कि लवलीना कितनी देर, अभी फाइट है दो बीच में शायद 2-3, उसके बाद लवलीना का मैच आएगा और गौरव की हमारे लिए बात होगी। 4 के 4 सेमीफाइनल में पहुंचे, 4 के 4 फाइनल में और गोल्ड जीता चारों ने। काफी गर्व की बात है क्योंकि स्पेशली
अभी और कितने गोल्ड मेडल मिल सकते हैं हमको?
देखिए हमारे चार लड़कियां सेमीफाइनल में पहुंची थी, चारों फाइनल में आई, 3 गोल्ड आ चुके हैं, चौथा बाकी है, इंतजार में है, देखते हैं थोड़ी देर बाद। अभी फाइनल
और ये एकदम से कैसे हमारी महिला बॉक्सर्स इतने सारे मैचेस जीत रही है, गोल्ड मेडल जीत रही है? और क्या होम टर्फ का एडवांटेज है, अपने घर में हो रहा है इसलिए, या बहुत प्रिपरेशन करी है, जान लगाई है, पूरी मेहनत करी है, जी तोड़ इसलिए हो रहा है?
देखिए इसमें सभी आप वो लगा सकते हैं क्योंकि इसमें बेनिफिट होस्ट का तो होता ही है। होस्ट का तो सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिट होता है उसमें, और वातावरण का होता है। हमारे कल्चर में हमारे वातावरण का हमें फायदा है हमारे क्षेत्र में, तो उसका बेनिफिट भी होता है और डे का भी दिन की भी बात होती है। और बात करें क्या नाम लेते हैं, जो होस्ट होती है पब्लिक रुक के मारती है, तो अपने क्षेत्र में, अपने एरिया में, अपने देश में पब्लिक जो है, जो हमारे बॉक्सर है, अपने आप को खुशी के साथ, गौरव के साथ, एक तिरंगे के साथ देखते हैं और उनके ऊपर जिम्मेवारी आ जाती है, फिर वो और खुल के खेलते हैं, अपने पब्लिक के बीच में खेलने का मौका मिलता है। तो और सबसे बड़ी बात ये भी है कि कहीं ना कहीं हमारी मेन टीम जैसे यूएसए, ब्रिटेन, यूके और आयरलैंड, नीदरलैंड, जो आसपास की ये कंट्रियां थी, स्कॉटलैंड, ये भी कंट्रियां पार्टिसिपेट नहीं की है, इन्होंने भी कई कंट्रियों ने पार्टिसिपेट नहीं किया। और बाकी जिन सब ने किया है उन सब में हमारी लड़कियां अच्छा कर रही हैं, उसके लिए पूरी बॉक्सिंग टीम के लिए पूरे गर्व की बात है।
बिल्कुल अपने लिए गर्व की बात है और हमारे बच्चियां, हमारी लड़कियां इस तरह से अचीवमेंट कर रही हैं, मेडल जीत रही हैं। इससे पहले मनोज जी हमने कभी नहीं सुना कि एक साथ इतने मेडल जीते हों, और ये बॉक्सिंग में एक साथ इतने मेडल।
एक साथ इतने मेडल आपने नहीं सुना होगा, लेकिन वो कहते हैं ना, वक्त का चलता दम्मा कुछ नया सिखाता है, किसकी किस्मत में क्या लिखा है वो वक्त बताता है। आपको सबसे पहले वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में चले जाओ आप, इंडिया के अंदर मेरे ख्याल से 6-7 जितनी भी खेली थी सभी के मेडल थे, 1-2 को छोड़ के। 2003-4 की बात कर रहा हूं मैं, जब एशियन चैंपियनशिप, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप तो ऐसा मुकाबले हमारे इंडिया में ही होते थे।
तो ये पिछले 10-15 साल में, पिछले 10 साल में क्या बदला है कि इतना कॉन्फिडेंस आया है, इतनी तैयारी हुई है और इतना अचीवमेंट एक साथ आ रहा है?
बदला कुछ नहीं है, फैसिलिटियां बदली हैं। जो स्पोर्ट्स साई टीम है उनकी, जैसे फिजियो, फिटनेस ट्रेनर, इन चीजों का बेनिफिट मिला है। बदला कुछ नहीं है। बॉक्सर लंबे
बिल्कुल मनोज जी
कर रहे हैं।
मनोज जी लंबे समय से प्रयास का ये फल है, नतीजा है, और देश को बहुत गर्व हो रहा है कि हमारे लड़कियां इस तरह के अचीवमेंट ला रही है। इमानी चिरंजीवी हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं, फॉर्मर चीफ हैं नेशनल बॉक्सिंग कोच। इमानी, इफ यू आर गेटिंग मी, आप मुझे अगर सुन पा रहे हैं, मैं जो मनोज जी से पूछ रहा था आपसे भी पूछना चाहूंगा। स्पोराडिक, एक कभी कहीं मेडल मिल गया, कभी गोल्ड मिल गया, कभी ब्रॉन्ज मिल गया, एक साथ 4 गोल्ड मेडल, शायद आज शाम को एक और लवलीना बोरगोहेन का गोल्ड मेडल मिल जाए। एकदम से इतनी मेडल टैली, कितनी तैयारी और क्या बदला जिसके कारण इतना आत्मविश्वास हमारे स्पोर्ट्स पर्संस को है अभी?
ओके, गुड।
There seems to be some audio issue there, bad line there. and we'll try to connect again with Imani Chiranjeevi, former chief national boxing coach, and Imani would be in a better position to. All right, I believe there's some connection issue there. We'll come back to this story. Fantastic sporting achievement by Indian women pugilists in the World Championships going on in New Delhi. Moving on. All right, the launch of LVM-3M3 OneWeb India 2 mission at 9 a.m. from the second launch pad at the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota was successful. The rocket will put, or has put in fact, 36 satellites in lower Earth orbit and comes as yet another milestone that has been achieved by ISRO and its scientists. Here's a 2-minute report.
ISRO has reached another milestone, this by launching the LVM-3 into space.
1-0.
ISRO successfully launched the OneWeb India 2 mission rocket from Satish Dhawan Space Center.
Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff, 640 tons of powerhouse searing through the sky. Magnificent sight indeed.
The liftoff of the 43.5 meter tall rocket took place at 9 a.m.
Rocket है इसरो का. First stage performance normal.
Here from the Mission Control Center we can feel the vibrations of the launch.
The 36 first generation satellites weighing 5,805 kgs was placed into a 450 kilometers circular orbit with an inclination of about 87.4 degrees.
The trajectory during the atmospheric regime is to have least angle of attack with respect to wind.
The LVM-3 will deploy 36 satellites of the UK-based Network Access Associated Limited to low Earth orbit.
अब कोर चरण L110 चरण का प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है.
The first satellite deployment collaboration between the two organizations took place in October 2022.
The visuals from the onboard camera.
It is a 3-stage rocket with the first stage fired with liquid fuel.
Group guidance initiated.
The two strap on motors powered by solid fuel. The second by liquid fuel and the third is a cryogenic engine.
चरण का प्रज्वलन समाप्त हो जाएगा.
OneWeb is backed by India's telecom major Bharti Group.
C-25 ignition commanded.
With the successful launch of the satellites on 26th of March, the company will complete the global footprint of its Gen 1 constellation. It has 582 satellites now in orbit.
न सिर्फ उद्यम बल्कि छोटे कस्बे.
This launch comes as a major step in the effort to provide global internet access. This is ISRO's second launch in 2023 after the successful launch of SSLV-D2. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Here we have a majestic liftoff, 640 tons of powerhouse searing.
A short break on the other side. Days after London provocation, Khalistan is going on a rampage, attack a journalist, Indian journalist in Washington DC. And Yogi cops land in Ahmedabad. Take Atiq Ahmed into custody. Akhilesh raises Gari Falat Sakti hai comment.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is a known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come 5-star hotels. They go backpackers, they want to live, they go to Vipassana, and they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians. 30, 40 years, Israelis have been doing it. Now it's the second generation. I see the parents here coming and bringing their teenager children to show them their experience from India when they were after military service.
1,000 workers of the Congress party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Kalpata in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There are a lot of workers who have gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening right now.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent sir. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट तो मैं चढ़ ही चुका था sir. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vinson Massive, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massive.
The United Kingdom is allowing terrorist groups to target India to run full corporate type offices on British soil. This is payback time. Last week in the UK there were celebrations when it was reported that the economy might grow by 0.4%.
The Congress began a day-long Sankalp Satyagraha at Delhi's Rajghat in support of Rahul Gandhi following his disqualification from the Lok Sabha. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and others were among the party's top brass taking part in the Satyagraha at Rajghat.
पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके साथ खड़ी हुई है और इसमें डरने का सवाल नहीं। चाहे वो जेल में डालने दो, जेल भरो कार्यक्रम भी करेंगे हम। हर चीज़ जनता के हिफाजत के लिए, उनके हकूक़ के लिए, उनके हकूक़ के हिफाजत के लिए हम ज़रूर लड़ते रहेंगे। राहुल जी भी लड़ते रहेंगे।
It's Congress versus Congress over disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. Section in the Congress happy after Rahul getting disqualified. According to Acharya Pramod, for example,
इस तरह से ये किया गया है सिर्फ रूल रेगुलेशन सबको अपलोड करते हैं। मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन। एक डरी हुई भाजपा सरकार, डरा हुआ मोदी, वो ये कर रहा है।
It's Congress versus Congress over disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. Section within the Congress happy after Rahul getting disqualified. Acharya Pramod questions Pramod Tiwari. But Tiwari had said Rahul should be punished, but it shouldn't be for 2 years.
आप सत्याग्रह कर रहे हो, किस बात के लिए सत्याग्रह कर रहे हो? क्या है आपका अहंकार? लोकतंत्र की परंपराएं तोड़ रहे हो, कानून पर विश्वास नहीं करते हो, अति पिछड़ा जाति सूचक गाली देते हो, कहते हो कि चोर हैं। कोर्ट कहता है आपको, न्यायालय कहता है माफी मांगो।
BJP Chief JP Nadda hit out at the Congress party's Rahul Gandhi as he went on to say, while Congress workers across India on Sunday organized Sankalp Satyagraha to protest against the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi from Lok Sabha, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath took a swipe at the party, saying those who weaken democracy cannot observe Satyagraha.
जवानों के प्रति जिनके मन में श्रद्धा और सम्मान का भाव नहीं, जो विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा कर रहे हैं, उन जवानों के प्रति भी सम्मान का भाव जिस नागरिक के मन में नहीं, और सत्याग्रह की अगर बात करे तो ये अपने आप में इससे बड़ी विडंबना और क्या हो सकती है।
Ahead of elections in Karnataka, Union Home Minister Amit Shah hit out to the Congress and said that it is due to its appeasement politics that Congress never remembered those who sacrificed their lives for Hyderabad's liberation.
कांग्रेस की जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति रही, उसके कारण वोट बैंक की लालच में उन्होंने कभी भी आजादी के लिए, हैदराबाद मुक्ति के लिए जिन लोगों ने संग्राम किया, उनको याद नहीं किया। भगवान भला करे, सरदार पटेल की स्मृति का उनको अमर बनाए। सरदार पटेल न होते तो हैदराबाद कभी आजाद न होता।
A special task force of Uttar Pradesh police reached Ahmedabad Sabarmati jail to bring back gangster-turned-politician Atiq Ahmed, Prayagraj, in the Umesh Pal murder case. The force has also formed a proper plan to bring him back with high-security barracks in place in the Naini prison in Prayagraj. Telangana Chief Minister KCR launched an unsparing attack on Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis in his mega rally in Nanded.
अभी मैंने बीआरएस पार्टी का रजिस्ट्रेशन भी करवाया महाराष्ट्र के लोकल बॉडी चुनाव में। आगामी पंचायत राज इलेक्शन में हर जिला परिषद में गुलाबी झंडा खड़ा हो जाएगा।
A Coast Guard helicopter crashed on the runway while on training sortie at Kochi Airport in Nanded this afternoon. The advanced light helicopter Dhruv, carrying 3 trainee pilots, crashed at the rear end of the runway, while one trainee pilot sustained injuries, 2 others escaped unhurt. Indian Space Research Organization said that LVM-3 OneWeb India Mission 2 was accomplished with all 36 satellites deployed into intended orbits. The mission launch took place from the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota, Andhra Pradesh. The first set of 36 satellites for OneWeb Group Company was launched on October 23, 2022. Chirag Shetty and Satvik Siraj Rankireddy emerged champions in the Commonwealth Games after they defeated China's Tang Qian and Ren Yuxiang to clinch the Swiss Open men's badminton doubles title in Basel, Switzerland. All right, we short break, but after that we come back to these pictures of Vadra Congress in complete denial after Satyagraha stages protest in the national capital. These pictures coming in from there, we'll be right back.
Workers of the Congress Party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Kalpata in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The Youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There is a lot of workers who have gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening right now.
The United Kingdom is allowing terrorist groups to target India to run full corporate type offices on British soil. This is payback time. Last week in the UK there were celebrations when it was reported that the economy might grow by 0.4%. If we give the British access to the Indian market by signing the free trade agreement with them, then their GDP will go up by 0.25% additionally. This is huge. Britain cannot be allowed to lecture us on fake liberalism and continue to justify terrorism as dissent. I say I disagree with the way in which Britain is continuing to hurt India's national interests repeatedly. This is the time that we finally and completely realign the relationship to let the British know where the power balance will rest. The United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India and the government of India that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free rein. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide and pick a side. They cannot appease Khalistanis on their soil and hope to forge ties with India. They cannot act on every other separatist movement and in fact do everything possible to make sure that the United Kingdom is the center of anti-India activity.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent sir. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट में चढ़ी चुका था sir. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent sir. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट में चढ़ी चुका था sir. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vinson Massif, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massif.
The United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India and the government of India that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free rein. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide and pick a side. They cannot appease Khalistanis on their soil and hope to forge ties with India. They cannot act on every other separatist movement and in fact do everything possible to make sure that the United Kingdom is the center of anti-India activity.
Atiq Ahmed now being moved from Gujarat back to Uttar Pradesh. It's happening live.
करके बता दिया होगा कि इस जगह पर गाड़ी पलटा देंगे।
Government tries to hint at a possibility of an encounter. Congress marches against disqualification of Rahul Gandhi as a parliamentarian. They call it Satyagraha March.
और जगदीश टाइटलर वो प्रथम पंक्ति में बैठे हैं। ये दिखाता है कि किस प्रकार से सिख समुदाय के घावों पर भी किस प्रकार से नमक और एसिड रगड़ने का काम बार बार किया जा रहा है।
BJP takes a swipe at Vadra. Congress mocks Satyagraha following conviction by court. Also questions the presence of Jagdish Tytler, tainted in 84 riots at that march today.
2% वोकल का और 2% हमने वीर शैव और लिंगायत को देने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
Face off over scrapping of 4% Muslim quota and increasing the Vokkaliga and Lingayat quota in Karnataka. Nikhil Zareen wins third gold for India, only the second Indian to defend the gold medal after Mary Kom at the World Championships. And going across straight to the pictures coming in from Gujarat, where Mafia Don, Uttar Pradesh's Mafia Don, Atiq Ahmed is being moved from the Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad. He's been taken to Uttar Pradesh before a court hearing on the 28th of March. Let's go across to my colleague Priyanka, who's joining us with the pictures from earlier today when Atiq Ahmed, wanted in several cases, one of India's most controversial politicians, a Mafia Don turned politician whose case will be heard on the 28th. He's being moved out. The Uttar Pradesh police have taken him to Prayagraj, or rather are taking him to Prayagraj from Gujarat's Sabarmati jail for a court appearance. Priyanka is live. I'm going across straight to her. Priyanka.
That's right, Niranjan. We are following the convoy that has reached the Himmatnagar highway in Gujarat right now. And that really clarifies the route that they will be taking, because we have been talking about it since morning about the routes not being disclosed by the UP police and the STF as to which route they will be taking Atiq Ahmed from. There were two routes that were being discussed. One was via Raj.
Yeah, that's just, we have a glitch in Priyanka's audio there. We'll just reconnect with her. Priyanka, can you hear us? Priyanka, keep talking, Priyanka. We'll take your audio while you speak over these pictures of him being moved out. Priyanka.
Well, that's right, Niranjan, if you're getting me now, because as we had been speaking about the convoy that we have been following, as far as Atiq Ahmed is concerned, there were two routes that the UP police in fact had been trying to decide upon that they will be taking or not, and they are also taking the Himmatnagar highway route is what we're being given to understand, and apart from that, from the Himmatnagar highway route they will be touching towards Shamlaji and then Udaipur in Rajasthan, and then take Atiq Ahmed towards Prayagraj via Rajasthan. The earlier conjecture was that he will be taken via Madhya Pradesh, but it seems as though they're taking the shorter route, keeping in mind all of the security arrangements that have been made, as we have been talking about them since morning, as far as the UP police is concerned, the UP STF is concerned, and how really they have made sure that there were at least 12 gunmen, 6 in each secure van. There are 2 of the secure vans that are being taken in as a part of the convoy of Atiq Ahmed, who is taken to Prayagraj. And as I was pointing out earlier, that there were 3 vehicles altogether in this convoy, first being led by the Bolero, in which there are senior level officials of the UP police and the STF who had actually carried out the paperwork and the procedure for getting Atiq Ahmed's custody into the UP police and take Atiq Ahmed to Prayagraj as well, and followed with which there is going to be the secure van in which Atiq Ahmed is going to be placed, and of course we are seeing that in that secure van as well, Atiq Ahmed is going to be placed with the gunmen, and the gunmen in fact have also been told to not really speak to Atiq Ahmed, have minimal interaction, absolutely have no interaction unless absolutely necessary, and their mobile phones have been taken away. So all of those things have been taken into consideration while making sure that this kind of there are no absolutely security lapses that really come to light, because of course, Niranjan, as we know, there have been a lot of statements and counter statements and war of words politically speaking, so that have been made as of now. Even today we saw Akhilesh Yadav make those statements claiming that Gadi palat sakti hai, kind of a statements that we have seen, but of course keeping that in mind, we have also shown the kind of security arrangements that have been kept in mind by the UP police and the UP STF as well, and apart from that, of course, we have also seen to keep this into consideration about the petition that has also been filed by Atiq Ahmed in the Supreme Court, where he has stated that he was fearing for his life, and the theatrics that we had also been been learning about from our sources from inside of the Sabarmati jail right before Atiq Ahmed had been given to the UP police in their custody as well, is that he had been time and time again claiming that he does not want to go to the UP police custody. He does not want to go outside of the Sabarmati jail. He does not want to leave Sabarmati jail. These are some of the statements that we have seen Atiq Ahmed making even before today. But even today we have learned that he was making these kind of last minute appeals to in front of the UP police, in front of the UP STF, where he had been in fact begging that he does not want to leave the Sabarmati jail. He does not want to go with the UP police custody. But that being said, of course, it was irrelevant whether or not he wants to do that or not, because legally speaking, UP police had all the paperwork in place because for a moment there it seemed as though it might not happen today because there were a lot of concerns that had been raised by the Sabarmati jail ADG as well, who had stated that there needs to be a written permission by the Supreme Court, by the Apex Court, who has in fact granted the judicial custody, that has given judicial custody to Atiq Ahmed in the Sabarmati jail, and that permission needs to be sought from, and something that the ADG has stated of the Sabarmati jail. But post which, of course, we have seen that all of that had been ironed out, and then Atiq Ahmed had been transported into that secure van that had been mentioned by me before, and in that secure van along with the 6 gunmen is where he is being transported. Now his convoy, his secure van, is in fact surrounded by the Bolero and the second secure van that has been placed right behind Atiq Ahmed's van, where in fact 6 gunmen and 2 drivers, as we had been pointing out, are also present. This is of course keeping in mind that there is if there is a situation in which the entire convoy has to move non-stop, it has to not stop in any of the places. There can be a continuous movement of the convoy because there are 2 drivers in all of the secure vans and also the Bolero as well, so that if there is a continuous driving that is required, because of course remember Niranjan, it is more than 1100 kilometers of a journey that they have started out from the Sabarmati jail to Prayagraj, where they will be culminating the journey tomorrow, and overnight of course by road he is being taken, but keeping in mind all of the security arrangements as we have listed out for our viewers as well, Niranjan.
Okay, thank you for that, Priyanka, tracking the story as he's being moved to Uttar Pradesh. Getting in some more breaking news now from another story we are tracking closely in poll-bound Karnataka. There of the reservation, the quota wars. Asaduddin Owaisi reacting on Bombay government's quota move. Owaisi retweeting an echo that it's been a day since Karnataka BJP scrapped 4% quota for poor Muslims. It's been redistributed to Vokkaligas and Lingayats, who are dominant forward castes in Karnataka. They already had an existing quota. BJP's Muslim hatred is well known, but Congress and GDS are also silent. What's their stand? That's the first Owaisi reaction coming in on Bombay government quota move in Karnataka. Here are some more political reactions that came in earlier this evening.
The reservation in Karnataka is a mockery. It is an unconstitution. It is an unconstitution. They think that reservation it can be distributed like their property. It is not their property. It is a right. The minorities of this soil are living and they have their own rights. We don't want their 4% to be scrapped and given to any of the major communities. The major communities, the Vokkaliga, Lingayats, are the people who have been, they are called the Annadatas. They plow the land, they give food, they grow, they are the tillers and the landowners. We don't want any of the minorities because they are our brothers and family members. This is a country with all community. Our country is very rich in our culture. All of them are helping us equally. So they have taken their 4% and distributed 2% to Lingayats, 2% to Vokkaligas. The entire Vokkaliga and Veerashaiva Lingayats are rejecting this offer. We don't want. I am confident the Congress party will come to power after the next 45 days. We will scrap all this reservation. Within 90 days, they can't change 3 times. There is no base. There is no any report. No proper inquiry has been done.
कांग्रेस की जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति रही, उसके कारण वोट बैंक की लालच में उन्होंने कभी भी आजादी के लिए हैदराबाद मुक्ति के लिए जिन लोगों ने संग्राम किया उनको याद नहीं किया। भगवान भला करे, सरदार पटेल की स्मृति का उनको अमर बनाए। सरदार पटेल न होते तो हैदराबाद कभी आजाद न होता, अपना बीदर भी कभी आजाद न होता। और मित्रों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति में नहीं मानती। एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अभी कल ही हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने तय किया कि रिजर्वेशन के अंदर हम बदलाव करेंगे। एक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने वोट बैंक को खुश करने के लिए 4% माइनॉरिटी रिजर्वेशन लगाया था, उसको हटाकर 2% वोकलिका और 2% हमने वीर शैव और लिंगायत को देने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी। एससी में भी एससी लैब के लिए 6%, एससी राइट के लिए 5.5%, एससी लंबानी, भोवी, कोरचा, कोरमा के लिए 4.5% और अन्य समुदायों के लिए 1% कर वहां पर भी अन्याय को दूर करने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया है।
Ganesh Karnik of the BJP on the phone line. Ganesh Karnik, was this required? You've scrapped the Muslim quota. You're claiming that there is no need for a religious quota, but what about the minorities? Lost the phone line there with Ganesh Karnik. We'll try and go across and get some more political reactions, but questions being raised by the opposition on why this move was carried out without taking everybody into confidence. The Congress saying that if they come to power, they will reverse this order by the BJP. Ganesh Karnik, can you hear me? Mr. Karnik, can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, but
yes.
was there a need to scrap the quota for Muslims?
There has been a lot of discussions regarding revisit of the reservation policy in Karnataka, and many groups and sects have been demanding, considering their backwardness and various factors which is considered for putting somebody under a particular reservation block. And the ones that you referred to, they have been shifted to EWS. It is not that they have been denied any opportunity. They were not coming under OBC in any case, because OBC category is for the majority community. So under that they were getting some reservation. Now they have been shifted to economically weaker section under that 10% quota. So it is not that they have been denied. I think it is most appropriate thing Karnataka government has done, and I welcome it. And the demand of many other communities which are neglected and isolated, their demand and their continued pressure on the government for the past 20-30 years has been considered by this government.
But did Lingayats, which is Lingayat is now a separate religion, they already had a 5% existing quota, right? You've taken that from 5 to 7.
They're not a separate religion. Sorry, don't misquote. They're not a separate religion, please.
No, but they already had existing 5%. Did they have 5% or not?
No, they were demanding more. They're demanding a little more according to their population, and they have been given 2% extra now.
Now, even Vokkaligas had separate quota, right? Because the Congress is saying if they come back to power, they will reverse it within 45 days.
It is a daydream. Who said they will come back? They have been promising everything, knowing fully well that they are not going to come back. So, it is funny, making statements when they fully know that they are not going to come back. That if we come back, we'll do this, we'll do that. They did not do anything. They were in power. Now they are giving all false promises.
Let's see where the story goes. That's the BJP saying, standing by it. More and more political parties raising questions, saying that this demonstrates the party's stand towards minorities. Sure to be one of the biggest talking points in the run-up to the elections. Lingayats and Vokkaligas have got more reservations. Two different castes in Karnataka getting in more reservations from the Muslim quota. It was 4% for Muslims. That's been divided between Lingayats and Vokkaligas. Some caste math at play in Karnataka, but will it work? We'll have to wait and watch. Quick check of the other top stories. The Congress began a day-long Sankalp Satyagraha at Delhi's Rajghat in support of Rahul Gandhi following his disqualification from the Lok Sabha. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, General Secretary Priyanka Vadra and others were among the party's top brass taking part at that event in Rajghat.
पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके साथ खड़ी हुई है और इसमें डरने का सवाल नहीं। चाहे वो जेल में डालने दो, जेल भरो कार्यक्रम भी करेंगे हम। हर चीज़ जनता के हिफाजत के लिए, उनके हकूक़ के लिए, उनके हकूक़ के हिफाजत के लिए हम ज़रूर लड़ते रहेंगे। राहुल जी भी लड़ते रहेंगे।
It's Congress versus Congress over disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. Section of the Congress party claiming that they're happy after they claim rather that he should have got just 2 years and not more. And another section of the Congress party has questioned those comments, saying if some were happy with the disqualification.
इस तरह से ये किया गया है, सिर्फ रूल रेगुलेशन सबको अपलोड करते हैं। मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन। एक डरी हुई भाजपा सरकार, डरा हुआ मोदी वो ये कर रहा है।
BJP Chief JP Nadda hit out at the Congress party's Rahul Gandhi as he went on to say that some people habitually insult OBCs.
आप सत्याग्रह कर रहे हो, किस बात के लिए सत्याग्रह कर रहे हो? क्या है आपका अहंकार? लोकतंत्र की परंपराएं तोड़ रहे हो, कानून पर विश्वास नहीं करते हो, अति पिछड़ा जाति सूचक गाली देते हो, कहते हो कि चोर हैं। कोर्ट कहता है आपको, न्यायालय कहता है माफी मांगो।
Well, Congress workers across India organized what they called Sankalp Satyagraha to protest against the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi from Lok Sabha. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath took a swipe, saying that those who weaken democracy cannot observe Satyagraha.
जवानों के प्रति जिनके मन में श्रद्धा और सम्मान का भाव नहीं, जो विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा कर रहे हैं, उन जवानों के प्रति भी सम्मान का भाव जिस नागरिक के मन में नहीं, और सत्याग्रह की अगर बात करे तो ये अपने आप में इससे बड़ी विडंबना और क्या हो सकती है।
Ahead of elections in Karnataka, Union Home Minister Amit Shah hit out at the Congress and said that it's due to its appeasement politics. Congress never remembered those who sacrificed their lives for Hyderabad's liberation.
कांग्रेस की जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति रही, उसके कारण वोट बैंक की लालच में उन्होंने कभी भी आजादी के लिए, हैदराबाद मुक्ति के लिए जिन लोगों ने संग्राम किया उनको याद नहीं किया। भगवान भला करे, सरदार पटेल की स्मृति का उनको अमर बनाए। सरदार पटेल न होते तो हैदराबाद कभी आजाद न होता।
A special task force of Uttar Pradesh police reached Ahmedabad Sabarmati jail to bring back gangster-turned politician Atiq Ahmed to Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh in the Umesh Pal murder case. They were formed to plan to bring him back with high security barracks in the prison. Telangana Chief Minister KCR in Maharashtra today launched an unsparing attack on Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis in his big rally in Nanded.
अभी मैंने बीआरएस पार्टी का रजिस्ट्रेशन भी करवाया। महाराष्ट्र के लोकल बॉडी चुनाव में, आगामी पंचायत राज इलेक्शन में हर जिला परिषद में गुलाबी झंडा खड़ा हो जाएगा।
A Coast Guard helicopter crashed on the runway while on a training sortie at Kochi Airport. This afternoon, the advanced light helicopter carrying 3 trainee pilots crashed at the rear end of the runway. In a space research organization said that the LVM-3 OneWeb India 2 mission was accomplished with all 36 satellites deployed into intended orbits. The mission launch took place from Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota. Chirag Shetty and Satvik Sairaj Rankireddy emerged champions in the Commonwealth Games after they defeated China's Tang Qian and Renyu Zhang to clinch the Swiss Open men's badminton doubles title in Basel. Getting in more details of what the Congress party tried to do in the national capital today, they called it a satyagraha, taking to the streets of Delhi. There's a big political fight over that. And also those who attended it. Tell you all about that. Nikat Zareen has won another gold. She only becomes the second Indian boxer to defend her gold medal in the World Championships after Mary Kom.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The United Kingdom is allowing terrorist groups to target India to run full corporate type offices on British soil. This is payback time. Last week in the UK there were celebrations when it was reported that the economy might grow by 0.4%. If we give the British access to the Indian market by signing the free trade agreement with them, then their GDP will go up by 0.25% additionally. This is huge. Britain cannot be allowed to lecture us on fake liberalism and continue to justify terrorism as dissent. I say I disagree with the way in which Britain is continuing to hurt India's national interest repeatedly. This is the time that we finally and completely realign the relationship to let the British know where the power balance will rest. The United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India and the government of India that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free rein. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide and pick a side. They cannot appease Khalistanis on their soil and hope to forge ties with India. They cannot act on every other separatist movement and in fact do everything possible to make sure that the United Kingdom is the center of anti-India activity.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent sir. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट तो मैं चढ़ ही चुका था sir. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vinson Massif, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massif.
Getting in some breaking news now. Pictures of Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde meeting Raj Thackeray, the MNS chief, in Mumbai. Alisha, my colleague, is joining us on the phone line. Those are first pictures of Eknath Shinde entering the home of Raj Thackeray there and greeting him. Alisha?
That Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has reached MNS Chief Raj Thackerae's residence. While the sources are saying it's just a courtesy meeting, but moreover, all eyes will be in the BMC elections as well, because in the last Raj Thackerae's public meeting where it has appeared to be where Raj Thackeray has been appearing to be starting its own political roadmap, fully aware that the path ahead is not going to be easy. And the message from MNS rally held at Shivaji Park on Wednesday on occasion of Gudi Padwa, which was some was really much clear, and the party was keen on pursuing an independent path without allies. But here what we have been seeing that also the hint that has also been given earlier, whether it is from the Eknath Shinde's faction or whether it is from the BJP, where they might go with the MNS, and that is something, a picture that we can see at this point of time, where the Chief Minister itself has reaches Raj Thackeray resident together to both the political leader is going to have a dinner together, but also the discussion over the politics in the Maharashtra as well as there could be some of the strategy for the BMC elections as well.
Thank you for that, Alisha. Interesting meeting there. It also comes a few days after Raj Thackeray's speech. And following that speech, there was some action taken by the Eknath Shinde government on encroachment, alleged encroachment by Haji Ali, etc. So interesting meeting before the elections, the local body elections in Mumbai. Thank you for joining us.
The United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India and the government of India that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free rein. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide and pick a side. They cannot appease Khalistanis on their soil and hope to forge ties with India. They cannot act on every other separatist movement and in fact do everything possible to make sure that the United Kingdom is the center of anti-India activity.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent sir. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट तो मैं चढ़ ही चुका था sir. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vinson Massif, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massif.
एक बात बताइए ना, इतने माउंटेन्स आपने चढ़े, इतने कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे इंक्लूडिंग एवरेस्ट, सबसे मुश्किल कौन सा था ये बताइए?
सर आई वुड से एवरेस्ट इज ऑलवेज द डिफिकल्ट वन. हालांकि लॉट ऑफ पीपल से सर एवरेस्ट में आजकल हर कोई चढ़ रहा है, बट लेट मी टेल यू सर, एवरेस्ट रिमेन्स एवरेस्ट. Everest is the highest mountain in the world and it will remain so. And I have find Everest to be the most difficult.
Most difficult.
Most difficult sir. Ultimately crevasses उस खुम्बू ग्लेशियर में आपको क्रॉस करने हैं. Ultimately वो लोत्से फेस में जो 70 डिग्री की वॉल है वो आपको चढ़नी है.
डर लगा कभी?
सर आई थिंक डरना भी जरूरी है सर, बिकॉज डर जब आपको लगता है आप सतर्क रहते हैं.
I wrote Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker, and I will take off from what Vivek said. कि देखिए जो ये विराट विरासत है उसको समझने के लिए जो ऊपरी तय है उसके नीचे जाना बड़ा जरूरी है.
What is there to say about the Puranas? Oh, we know about the Puranas because we watched Purana stories on television. We have read, no, you don't read it anymore, but once upon a time we have read Amar Chitra Katha. All of that is Puranas for dummies.
There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffer.
हेलो एंड वेलकम टू द गौरव आर्या शो. जैसा आप जानते हैं, हम आपके लिए एक से एक बेहतरीन गेस्ट लेकर आते हैं और उनकी जिंदगी की कहानियां आपके सामने लेकर आते हैं. इस बार एक नायाब गेस्ट, एक यूनिक गेस्ट, एक माउंटेनियर, एक सोल्जर, एक ऑफिसर, एक एडवेंचरर, इन सब आपको मिलाते हैं। हमारी शो की जीनत इस बार बने हैं कर्नल रणवीर जम्वाल, सेना मेडल एंड VSM बार। कर्नल जम्वाल, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है हमारी शो में आपका।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, इट्स एन ऑनर टू बी हियर सर।
नो, द ऑनर एंड प्रिविलेज इज आवर्स। अच्छा, एक बात बताइए कर्नल जम्वाल, आपका सफर कहाँ से शुरू होता है? जम्मू से आप बिलोंग करते हैं?
बिल्कुल।
आपका सफर कहाँ से शुरू होता है?
सर, जम्मू के गांव बडोड़ी का रहने वाला हूं मैं, और मेरा सफ़र फ़ौज में सर एज ए सिपाही शुरू हुआ सर। आई जॉइंड आर्मी एज ए सोल्जर। 4 साल में 15 डोगरा में रहा सर। उसके बाद आई क्लियर्ड ACC एग्जामिनेशन एंड देन आई केम टू इंडियन मिलिट्री अकेडमी सर, और उसके बाद आई बिकेम एन ऑफिसर, और तब से इंडियन आर्मी में हूँ सर। इट्स बीन नाउ 28 years I am in Indian Army, and I am here because of Indian Army, sir. They have made me whatever I am today.
एक बात बताइए कर्नल जम्वाल, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, ये जो पहाड़ आपने हमारे व्यूअर्स को शायद नहीं पता होगा, कर्नल जम्वाल हैज क्लाइम्ड द हाईएस्ट पीक इन एवरी कॉन्टिनेंट ऑन अर्थ। हर एक कॉन्टिनेंट की आपने पीक्स चढ़ी हैं। ये उनको क्या, फौज को क्या लगा कि ये बंदा पहाड़ का, इसको पहाड़ पे ही रखो, ये क्या हुआ?
शायद ये भी लगा हो सर, बट एज आई टोल्ड यू सर, आई एम बिकॉज ऑफ इंडियन आर्मी सर, दे हैव मेड मी सर। जब ऑब्वियसली 2 साल की नौकरी थी सर, आई वाज अ लेफ्टिनेंट ऑब्वियसली, सो तब मुझे इस कोर्स के लिए भेजा गया, हाई एल्टीट्यूड वॉरफेयर स्कूल। तो हॉज में कोर्स के लिए भेजा गया हमें सर। आई हैव डन ऑल 4 कोर्सेज देयर। सो तब शायद जब वहाँ कोर्स करते हैं तो उनको लगता है कि हाँ इस बंदे में पोटेंशियल है, तो उसको वी गॉट एन इंस्ट्रक्टर ग्रेडिंग देयर, से बेस्ट स्टूडेंट इंस्ट्रक्टर ग्रेडिंग देयर आई गॉट इट, एंड देन आई वाज कॉल्ड बैक एज इंस्ट्रक्टर देयर। From 2007 to 2009 I was instructor there. 2003 में मैंने ये कोर्सेज किए थे, and there on sir the journey of mountaineering actually began sir, और उसके बाद से ये जर्नी अब तक जारी है सर। It's been 45 expeditions now so far sir.
45 expeditions?
Yes sir, yes sir.
मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मेरी ना छोटी सी हौज की कहानी है। तो हमारे टाइम पे क्या था कि I was commissioned in 1994, तो हमें उस समय कुछ 1-2 साल के लिए था। वैसे तो इन्फेंट्री के लिए कमांडो कंपलसरी होता है
सर।
हमें बोला गया कि कंपलसरी नहीं, यू कैन चूज। अच्छा, हमें इतनी नॉलेज नहीं थी, हमें तो ये लगा कमांडो में जाएंगे रगड़ा होगा। तो मेरा कोर्समेट है रावत, मैं रावत से मेरी बातचीत हुई, तो रावत ने बोला कि हौज का जो कोर्स है ना बड़ा मज़े का है, कोई मेहनत वहनत नहीं है, स्कीइंग सीखेंगे वहाँ पे और कश्मीरी वाजवान खाएंगे, बड़ी ऐश होगी यार, आ जा तू गुलमर्ग आ जा। तो आई टोल्ड द एडजुटेंट at that time, Captain Anuj used to be the adjutant of 17 कुमाऊं। मैं अनुज सर के पास गया, मैंने बोला सर मैंने तो इस कोर्स में जाना है। क्या ठीक है, तू चले जा। मैं वहाँ पे चला गया और मैं हौज में गया, एंड इट वाज द बिगेस्ट शॉक ऑफ माय लाइफ। सॉलिड रगड़ा यार हौज में, तो सॉलिड रगड़ा।
It is one of the toughest courses I would say sir. And but you enjoy sir. Once you start enjoying it, mountaineering, rock climbing, skiing.
I don't enjoy it. You need to be of a certain mindset, na?
Maybe sir, you're right.
हाँ यार, वहाँ पे
I enjoyed a lot. I enjoyed a lot, and probably that's the reason sir. I got the best student, I got the instructor grading, and I went back there. Just after 2 years of doing the course, I went back there as instructor. I enjoyed every bit of it sir. Probably.
अच्छा, आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन-कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
Yes sir.
3 times एवरेस्टर यार। बिग क्लैप एंड अ बिग सैल्यूट यार। हमसे सीढ़ियां नहीं चढ़ी जाती। देखिए, यू क्लाइम्ड एवरेस्ट 3 times। और कौन-कौन से?
In fact sir, we went to Everest 4 times. 2015 में when we went, obviously you know sir, earthquake happened, and then we changed our things to the rescue team, and we were there in Everest base camp for around 15 days. We helped others, we even helped the casualties, और as Indians we are, जब हमने देखा कि इर्द गिर्द पूरे लाशें बिछी हैं, जख्मी लोग हैं, हम लोगों ने फिर सर अपना जो हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन्स लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे, हमने फिर वो सारी चीज़ें पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे, उनके लिए खोल दिया। इट वॉज सॉर्ट ऑफ लंगर। तो सुबह वो लंगर चलता था, दोपहर को, शाम को वहाँ पे सारे जो आते थे वो खा सकते थे, कोई भी आ सकता था, कोई भी मेडिसिन एडवाइस, कोई भी मेडिकेशन, इंजेक्शंस वो हमारे से अफोर्ड कर सकता था। वो मतलब ही कैन ऑलवेज कम एंड गेट द गाइडेंस फ्रॉम अस। वी हैड द डॉक्टर, बेस्ट डॉक्टर विद अस, वी हैड द बेस्ट टीम विद अस, वी वर अराउंड 25 then sir, and we all supported, and we all even cleaned the Everest base camp before we actually moved out of Everest base camp, and it was appreciated a lot sir. In fact I would say sir, क्लाइंबिंग से ज़्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला है, बिकॉज क्लाइंबिंग तो हर कोई करता है, लेकिन मैटर ये करता है कि सर व्हाट हैव यू गिवन बैक। और वो एक शायद हमारा टाइम था जब हमने एवरेस्ट को या एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप में हमने वो वापस दिया है पहाड़ को सर। दैट वाज द बेस्ट मोमेंट आई वुड से सर। डेफिनेटली अ बैड थिंग दैट दिस थिंग हैपेंड, बट देन उसके बाद जो हमने किया, और उसके बाद आपको पता ही है सर, Indian government also sent the rescue teams in Nepal, whole Nepal. But Everest base camp पे जो चीज़ थी सर, that was appreciated by each and every one.
तो कर्नल जमाल एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहाँ पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए?
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना?
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गई, डेथ एंड डिस्ट्रक्शन हो गया, तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया?
बिल्कुल सर।
आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, अब बाद में चढ़ लेंगे, सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ, तो वहाँ पे लंगर भी खोला, दवाइयाँ भी दी। आई थिंक ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। ये थोड़ा सा इंडियन आर्मी का क्रक्स भी है ना, थोड़ा सा।
बिल्कुल सर।
वो ब्लड स्ट्रीम में थोड़ा सा भारतीय
दिस इज द टीचिंग ऑफ इंडियन आर्मी सर। अगर मैं बोलूँ कि मेरा पर्सनल नथिंग सर, दिस इज बीइंग टीचिंग ऑफ इंडियन आर्मी। Wherever we are supposed to be, and probably that is where the courage lies sir. एंड अगर हम शायद वो चीज़ नहीं करते, हम अपने आप को मुंह दिखाने काबिल नहीं रहते। एंड दिस इज़ व्हाट आई टोल्ड पीपल सर, दिस इज़ व्हाट आई टोल्ड माय बॉयज़ कि दिस इज़ अ टाइम वी हैव टू प्रूव दैट इंडियन आर्मी इज़ हियर and let's start this. And then we started and people started appreciating because we know how people were running down. They were crying, they were like telling कि एक और भूचाल आने वाला है, पूरा ग्लेशियर गिरने वाला है, and we said कि कोई बात नहीं। And I told my boys कि अगर भगवान ने हमें इस बार नहीं मारा, don't worry, nothing will happen to us. हम करेंगे ये चीज़ और हम यहीं रुकेंगे, एंड तक रुकेंगे जब तक सारे यहाँ से नीचे नहीं जाते। And probably I would say sir that was a silver lining sir. And I'm really happy sir we took that decision that time, and we came down as heroes sir. And when we came down, lot of people who we don't know actually, ना हम उनको जानते थे ना वो हमें जानते थे पहले, जब वो नीचे आ रहे थे they were all telling the Indian Army team is there, they're doing a very good job. Obviously हम अकेले नहीं थे sir. When you're doing such things, all good people actually come together. So lot of teams obviously started supporting each other. But ये था कि हमारे पास साजो सामान काफ़ी था, हमारे पास खाना था, 45 दिन का खाना लेके चले थे 25 टीम के लिए। उसके बाद हमारे पास, एंड एज आर्मी वी ऑलवेज केटर फॉर कंटीजेंसीज। एक छोटी सी बात बताता हूँ सर आपको कि हम लोग हर बार स्ट्रेचर लेके जाते। उस बार भी किसी ने पूछा कि सर स्ट्रेचर की वहाँ पे क्या ज़रूरत है, वहाँ पे तो डॉक्टर हमारे साथ है ये वो। तो मैंने बोला यार कंटीजेंसी है, फौज में सिखाया जाता है, लेके चलते हैं, नहीं भी होगा तो क्या है, 5 kg तो टोटल वेट है उसका। एंड उस टाइम पे सर जब ये हादसा हुआ, वहाँ पे सर दुनिया जब कोई रोप से बांध के बॉडी को लेके जा रहा है, कोई किसी से, लकड़ी तो वहाँ में मिलेगी नहीं, ग्लेशियर है सर। व्हेन वी टुक आउट दोज 2 स्ट्रेचर्स दे वर लाइक हाउ डिड यू मैनेज दिस? And we always told, this is what army trains us. Army trains us for contingencies also. And this was the thing, this was the learning. And obviously when we took it out, they were all very happy and they were like, how did you think about it? So ये आर्मी की ट्रेनिंग है सर जो हमें सिखाते।
जब 18,000 फुट पे आर्मी गरम पकौड़े खिला सकती है, स्ट्रेचर क्या चीज़ है? बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर। इट्स ऑल मेंटालिटी, इट्स ऑल ट्रेनिंग। अच्छा एक बात बताइए कर्नल जमाल, आपने ये हेल्प करी, फिर एवरेस्ट 2 बार आप कब चढ़े?
सर 2012 it was Indian Army women team. Kal Kothiyal was my team leader. I was the deputy leader with him that time, sir.
ये अपने गढ़वाल वाले?
गढ़वाल वाले, yes sir. So he was my team leader then, sir, and I have learned a lot from him. Yes, yes, I have learned a lot from him, sir. I know. He was a fantastic team leader, and that's how, sir, probably I learned a lot from him. I could able to go in 2013 again, and then I was selected as team leader, sir. This was Indo-Nepalese team, sir, and again, obviously, it was Indo-Nepalese mixed team. So I learned a lot from them also, because there is always a stage actually, sir, wherein you learn a lot. सो बिकॉज हमारी भी वो स्टेज थी सर, 8,000 मीटर पे एक्सपीडिशन पे जा रहे हो। दैट वाज माय फर्स्ट एक्सपीडिशन एज एवरेस्ट टीम लीडर। सो यू लर्न अ लॉट सर, बिकॉज गोइंग to Everest as just a climber is a different scenario, sir. But going to Everest as a team leader, you have to see a lot of things, sir. You are actually a leader as well as a climber as well as a manager. You have to manage everything. कि क्या आपके पास पूरी contingencies हैं, आपके पास राशन पूरा लेके जा रहे हो, पूरी medicines ठीक हैं, all climbers are okay, Sherpas which we are hiring they are okay. How do you manage them when they go up? Responsibility. Absolutely, absolutely. So everything what you do there, it is a team leader's responsibility. How he deputes it. And then above that you have to climb also. So it is a great responsibility, sir. I am happy Army has given me that opportunity and I could able to do that, sir. And then we went back again in 2015 when this earthquake happened, and then same team went back in 2016 and then I climbed for the 3rd time.
तो इसीलिए VSM मिले 2-2।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर। That is obviously sir perks and privileges of being there, sir. And obviously Army definitely Army recognizes.
More than 100.
Sir, thank you.
I mean आप whenever I meet Colonel कोठियाल next,
sir,
मैं उनसे पूछूंगा जरूर सर, आपने बताया अच्छा He was a very humble type of a guy.
No,
मतलब
he
you
is-
won't
he
tell
is
कि मैं
very-
एवरेस्ट हूँ.
He is very humble.
He is very
No
humble.
doubt,
So
no doubt.
अगली बार मैं उनको पकड़ूंगा. If I go to Dehradun, I'll catch hold of him and say कि सर आप बताओ आप कैसे एवरेस्ट की कहानी क्या.
In fact, mountaineering, may sir, there's one thing which always teaches you. A lot of people tell me, sir, what have you learned from mountains? I think the best thing which mountain teaches us, it teaches us to be humble. That's the best teaching which mountain gives
You
us.
can't have an ego problem with the mountain.
Absolutely.
It's so massive, immovable.
और आप हमेशा
Thousands of years.
और आप हमेशा सर झुका के चलते हैं सर when you go in mountaineering sir. That is the best thing which it teaches you.
नहीं बड़ी बात है, बड़ी बात है. अच्छा तो ये हुआ, फिर आप गए और आपने हर एक कॉन्टिनेंट का आपने टॉलेस्ट पीक चढ़ा. अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी.
Climbed sir, Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain, sir.
Okay.
I'll tell you a story how it all started, sir. So then, obviously, sir, I went to Elbrus. That was Russia, sir. That is highest mountain of Europe, sir. That is Mount Elbrus, sir. So then I went to Aconcagua. That is the highest mountain of South American continent, sir. So that is Mount Aconcagua. It's in Argentina-Chile border.
Okay.
So then I went to Carsten's Pyramid. That is Australasian continental shelf. Papua New Guinea, आपने नाम सुना होगा sir. This part, half part is part of Indonesia politically, but this is landmass belongs to the Australian continent. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain, Australian subcontinental shelf we will call it. It is the highest mountain of that. So then we climbed, I went and climbed the highest mountain. उसके पहले एवरेस्ट तो मैं चढ़ ही चुका था सर. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That is in Alaska. That name is Mount Denali, sir.
Mount Denali.
Mount Denali, sir. That's called Mount McKinley earlier, but Denali is the original name of that. Denali is the mountain, sir. So then last was Vinson Massif, that was in Antarctica. Why I waited for that? Because
you went to Antarctica also?
Antarctica, sir. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the seventh continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massif. I took it last, reason being it actually costs you a lot. It costs you 40 lakhs to go to Antarctica, climb that mountain and come back. So I had to arrange that funds before I go there. So that's why I kept it at the last. So courtesy Everest, courtesy Army, I did the Everest. And then other mountains, sir, I did on my own. That was self-funding.
शौक से.
शौक से सर. I wanted to do it, sir. और अब मैं बताता हूँ सर शौक कैसे हुआ. I lost my finger, sir. As you know, sir, in 2009 Mount Mana expedition, that was my first expedition as a team leader. So we got caught in a snow blizzard for 17 hours. हम कैसे बचे ये मुझे भी आज तक नहीं पता सर, बट बच गए हम लोग. जब नीचे आए तो ऑब्वियसली आपकी फिंगर काली पड़ चुकी है, फ्रॉस्ट बाइट हो चुका है, एंड देयर आर पीपल हु आर टेलिंग यू कि यार पहाड़ चढ़े क्यों या अभी रहने दो, नॉट फॉर यू एंड ऑल. So those 6 months when you're LMC, we call it LMC, low medical category. So you're not running, you're excuse PT and all because आपकी finger कट चुकी है. So you're down but not out. So I was, those 6 months I planned these things. How will I do it? And what will I do? So that time I planned these 7 summits. इसके बारे में पूरा जाना, इसके बारे में मैंने बुक्स बनाई सर. आई रोट डाउन एवरीथिंग, जॉटेड डाउन एवरीथिंग, वॉट एवर आई कुड टेक आउट द प्रिंट आउट, आई टुक आउट द प्रिंट आउट. मैंने इनकी बुक्स बनाई कि दीज आर दी 7 माउंटेन्स विच आई नीड टू डू, विच आई विल डू आफ्टर आई गेट फिजिकली फिट अगेन. एंड आई मेड दोज बुक्स सर in 2009 and I climbed my last mountain in 2019 January, sir. So it took me 10 years to achieve that dream, to accomplish that 7 summits dream, but finally I could make it. But at least जो dream 10 साल पहले देखा था, I did not budge. I know that I have to complete it anyhow. So I could able to do it, sir.
This is amazing. This is so fascinating. एक बात बताइए ना, इतने माउंटेन्स आपने चढ़े, इतने कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे इंक्लूडिंग एवरेस्ट, सबसे मुश्किल कौन सा था ये बताइए.
सर आई वुड से एवरेस्ट इज ऑलवेज द डिफिकल्ट वन. हालांकि लॉट ऑफ पीपल से सर एवरेस्ट में आजकल हर कोई चढ़ रहा है, बट लेट मी टेल यू सर, एवरेस्ट रिमेन्स एवरेस्ट. एवरेस्ट इज द हाईएस्ट माउंटेन इन द वर्ल्ड एंड इट विल रिमेन सो. And I have find Everest to be the most difficult.
Most difficult.
Most difficult, sir. सर आप जितना मर्जी कोई बोल ले कि रोप भी क्लाइंब की मिलती है, शेरपास सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, बट अल्टीमेटली चलना आपको है सर. अल्टीमेटली क्रेवासेस उस खुम्बू ग्लेशियर में आपको क्रॉस करने हैं। अल्टीमेटली लोत्से फेस में जो 70 डिग्री की वॉल है वो आपको चढ़नी है। ऑक्सीजन मास्क लगा के ऑक्सीजन फेल भी हो सकती है सर, ऑक्सीजन मास्क आपका रह सकता है, सिलेंडर आपका फेल हो सकता है। उस पूरी रात को जो क्लाइंब करना है वो आपने करना है। रात को क्लाइंब होता है सर। अराउंड 7-8 यू स्टार्ट एंड मॉर्निंग 4 और 5 o'clock यू समिट एंड देन यू कम बैक।
डर लगा कभी
सर? आई थिंक डरना भी ज़रूरी है सर, डरना भी ज़रूरी है, बिकॉज डर जब आपको लगता है आप सतर्क रहते हैं। डरना भी जरूरी है सर, डर लगता है।
Your instincts are very honed at that time.
Absolutely.
Adrenaline is pumping and
absolutely.
You know that there is an element of fear.
बिल्कुल सर।
And बिल्कुल ऐसा sharp दिखता है. Everything is HD. 4K
में दिखता है। It's a sharp edge sir. It's a sharp edge. And I have seen people come down like just sacks sir. I have seen people coming down. एक कैराबिनर पे आपकी पूरी जिंदगी है सर। सो अगर आप सतर्क नहीं है और अगर आपको डर नहीं लग रहा है कि अगर मैंने एक कैराबिनर को कुछ गड़बड़ की मैं गिर सकता हूं, तो ऑब्वियसली सर दैट इज वाई डरना जरूरी है सर। डरना जरूरी है सर, बिकॉज आप सतर्क रहते हैं सर। दिस इज व्हाट आई फील।
अच्छा, टेल मी वन थिंग है, यू नो आई हैव हर्ड दैट यू वर आल्सो इन्वॉल्वड इन, ये जब चाइना के साथ प्रॉब्लम हुई थी लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पे, यू वर देयर इन सम ऑपरेशन। वुड यू लाइक टू टॉक अबाउट दैट?
आई थिंक आई विल पास ऑन दैट क्वेश्चन सर। पहाड़ों की बात करते हैं।
चलो पहाड़ों की बात करते हैं। चलो गुड, ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम। हम पहाड़ों की बात करते हैं। एक बात बताओ आप मुझे कर्नल जम्वाल, आप ये माउंटेनिंग के बाद आपका साइकिलिंग का बड़ा मामला रहा। साइकिलिंग, यू रिसेंटली साइकिल्ड एंड कहाँ, सिंगापुर गए थे आप? कहाँ गए थे?
यस सर, वी वेंट टू 6 nations सर। दिस वाज
आपने 6 कंट्रीज में साइकिल भी चलाई है?
यस सर, यस सर। आई एम प्लेजेंटली पोस्टेड इन निमास. NIMAS stands for National Institute of Mountaineering and Adventure Sports. This is a very unique.
ये उत्तरकाशी वाला?
नहीं sir, this is in Dirang Valley sir. This is a very unique institute. It's in Arunachal Pradesh sir. Very unique institute sir, raised in 2013. It's been only 10 years of this institute journey sir. And we have celebrated the 10th year with a bang by doing 6 nation cycling expedition and also celebrating India's G20 presidency.
तो आप गए कैसे कर्नल जम्वाल? ये जो छह जो कंट्रीज में आप साइकिल करने गए, ये आइडिया कहाँ से आया कि हम 6 देशों में चलते हैं, और कौन कौन से देश थे आप?
सर एक्चुअली पहले तो ये प्लान था कि हम लोग जो INA ने रूट लिया था सर, सिंगापुर से वो सर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आए थे सर। यू नो सर, INA की फौज पूरी आई थी।
बिल्कुल।
हमारा वो प्लान था कि सर हम साइकिल करते हुए म्यांमार बॉर्डर को क्रॉस करते हुए म्यांमार में एंटर करते हुए म्यांमार, थाईलैंड, मलेशिया, सिंगापुर जाएंगे। पर म्यांमार में थिंग्स वर नॉट stable. So we were told sir not to take Myanmar. So then we decided कि अगर म्यांमार नहीं जा रहे, let's go to the northernmost corner of Southeast Asia and we start from there. So this became our expedition, and obviously sir, always we have the support of Ministry of Defence for that sir. Okay. And then we planned this expedition, we got an approval, and then we started from Vietnam. So Vietnam, we landed at Hanoi. From Hanoi we went to the northernmost part. There's a place called Sapa. So there's the highest mountain of Vietnam there sir. We climbed that sir. Obviously माउंटेनियर का वो किंक है सर, तो इसलिए वहाँ पे सर उनका हाईएस्ट माउंटेन क्लाइंब किया, एंड देन वी स्टार्टेड साइक्लिंग डाउन फ्रॉम देयर. सो अराउंड
यू क्लाइम्ड अ माउंटेन एंड देन फ्रॉम द माउंटेन यू स्टार्टेड साइक्लिंग डाउन?
यस, माउंटेन से नीचे आके सर, फ्रॉम दैट टाउन कॉल्ड सापा सर. पहले हेनोई से सर सापा गए सर, पहाड़ साइकिलिंग करके.
मुझे कर्नल जमाल ये बात समझ में नहीं, आप लोग साइकिल चलाने गए थे सर, आपने माउंटेन देखा, आपने बोला यार दिस इज आल्सो वेरी गुड आइडिया, साइकिल बाद में चलाते हैं, पहले पहाड़ चढ़ेंगे.
एक्चुअली यू कांट स्टे अवे फ्रॉम दैट सर, कहीं ना कहीं वो पहाड़ चढ़े सर. बिल्कुल सर, वी वेंट साइक्लिंग अप सर टू सापा. 2 दिन लिए सर, पहाड़ चढ़ा, फिर वापस सापा में वापस आए, एंड देन वी स्टार्टेड साइक्लिंग अगेन डाउन सर. सो दिस इज व्हाट वी डिड. आई ओवर अराउंड 5374 kilometers of cycling we did sir. 37 days of cycling we did. Overall we had around 50 days with us, but बीच में maintenance day लेने पड़ते थे सर. Laos and Cambodia was bad as far as the road conditions were concerned. It was very humid, very warm, so we did that sir. We took a break, maintenance breaks in between, और साइकिल्स ठीक करते थे, पंचर हो जाते थे सर, कभी कभी हवा निकल जाती थी, वो सब हमने किया. एंड फाइनली वी कुड एबल टू रीच सिंगापुर, एंड वी कल्मिनेटेड आवर जर्नी एट INA वॉर मेमोरियल एट सिंगापुर सर. So that was the best part. Meeting INA veterans in Kuala Lumpur and in Singapore was the best part sir. Like there are a lot of things which me and you don't know about INA sir. हमें यही नहीं पता सर, INA का एक यूथ विंग था which was called like बालक सेना. आज की तारीख में अगर आप मुझसे पूछें, आई वॉज डिस्कसिंग विद माई वाइफ, आई वॉज टेलिंग, ऑब्वियसली शी इज़ माई बिगेस्ट सपोर्ट ऑल्सो, किरण. आई वॉज टेलिंग कि यार हमें मुगलों के पूरे वंशज पता है, लेकिन हमें यही नहीं पता कि INA के एक यूथ विंग था कॉल्ड बालक सेना, INA का एक पॉलिटिकल विंग था कॉल्ड IILL, इंडियन इंडिपेंडेंस लीग, और उस बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो हमें कभी पता ही नहीं लगी, ना हमें कभी बताई गई, किसी ने नहीं बताई सर। बिल्कुल सर, when I met Lieutenant Sundaram there in Kuala Lumpur sir, he had lots and lots of stories to tell about INA sir. I think हमें जो आज की तारीख में भी पता है सर, probably वो 5% भी नहीं है सर. Still lot of things which we are yet to know. Yes, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose sir, and about INA sir, how it was formed, what they did sir. बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी है सर जो हमें बिल्कुल भी नहीं पता.
बिल्कुल नहीं पता ना. अच्छा, कर्नल जमाल, मेरा आखिरी सवाल, आप जिस इंस्टीट्यूट को हेड करते हैं, यू आर स्टिल अ सर्विंग कर्नल इन द आर्मी, आप सर्व कर रहे हैं आर्मी में, और अभी मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि जैसे आप जिस इंस्टीट्यूट में हैं ना, वो इंस्टीट्यूट है क्या? आप ज़रा थोड़ा सा तफसील से बताइए, डिटेल में बताइए हमें, वो करता क्या है और आपका रोल क्या है?
As I told sir, it is National Institute of Mountaineering and Adventure Sports. NIMAS it is called. It is situated in Dirang Valley, Arunachal Pradesh. It is a very unique institute and only national institute sir which is mandated to give you adventure certification in all three verticals of adventure. When we say about